This is the continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting that began on Tuesday. So I'll begin with the roll call. District 1. District 2. District 3, myself. District 4. District 5.
Lynn Longmire.
District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
Dave Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Randy Sheridan.
District 10.
Brad Redden.
District 11.
Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you. Next is approval of the
Point
agenda.
of privilege, please.
Yes?
To borrow a phrase I just heard this morning, this has been a bleak trinity of fear. COVID, climate change, and recently machinations of council. At the end of our meeting on Tuesday, it's hard to describe how I felt. I was gobsmacked, I was amazed.
Is this really a point of order?
I didn't declare a point of order.
I thought that's what you said. Maybe I
That's
missed.
what I said. Thank you.
What did you say?
A point of privilege.
A point of privilege.
And at the end of our meeting on Tuesday, one of the senior staff announced that there were suspected or confirmed cases of COVID in Berkeley and wanted us to know that. Immediately following that statement, one councillor made some words under breath that I took to be, and a few others, that, oh, well, COVID's going to get to us all. Another councillor said, oh my, we have to worry about the buses. Not a word about people, not a word about citizens, not a word about worrying about individuals. Therefore, I move that the council thank the citizens of the County of Annapolis for their positive spirit and determination in the face of the challenges presented by the COVID-19 virus, and that county staff be especially commended for their devotion to duty during all challenges. Thank you.
To be frank, I'm really, if council wants to put the motion, I'm a bit lost on the procedure here, I will confess, but if there's a seconder to the motion, there's no point in fussing over the procedure. Are you seconding it, Councillor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Is there any discussion on this, on the motion, point of privilege? Councillor Connell?
Well, I think that I realize that staff is working hard among the COVID, but some of us own businesses that deal with COVID every day, and I didn't see any reason to pat myself on the back, but we deal with it every day too, so.
Any other comments? I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So we'll go to approval of the
On a point of
agenda.
information, please. I received a copy of an email addressed to the warden, the deputy warden, because they are the two most involved.
I wonder if we could bring that up under new business, Councillor Morrison, or
No.
add it to the agenda. Perhaps you
No.
could add it to the agenda.
No,
Well, maybe you say no, but...
I'm raising a point of information.
Yeah,
If you
but
wish to deny it.
aren't points of information to be, you know, you can add it to new business? Would you like to add, would you tell us the topic, and perhaps we can add it as new business?
Are you denying me raising a point of information.
I don't really know what a point of information is, to be frank.
I'm sorry, I thought you and the deputy warden were the experts on Robert's Rules of Order.
Well, I'm happy for somebody to tell me what a point of information is that interrupts the agenda.
Yes, according to Roberts, you can even interrupt a speaker. That's my understanding.
I'm not aware of that myself.
If you wish to deny me the raising of a point of information.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you to add it as a point of new business.
Points are not added to business, according to Roberts. Points are raised when they are raised. If the chair wishes to deny me the opportunity to raise it, then
I'm allowing you the opportunity to raise it
thank you very
under
much.
new business.
I'm sorry. I
What's
thought
the...
the chair knew all about rules. That's not the way raised points work.
I don't profess to know all the rules. I will be frank with you. Councillor Connell wishes to make a statement.
Let's deny it until we find out.
Can you tell us what the point of information is about and whether we can...
Yes.
Just tell us the subject.
Yes, oh yes, that's what I wanted to do. I received an email, and it had to do with motion 201208.01, retain Cox and Palmer for advice on personnel matter. And it contains an opinion buttressed by at least one citation that the so-called emergency meeting that passed that motion was not actually a meeting. And I'm wondering how we are going to deal with this email that was sent, first of all, to the warden and the deputy warden, because they are the people directly involved in the motion, and the councillors, how we as a council wish to deal with this.
I think the issue you raised was a motion of council, and I suggest that we can't really deal with it at committee of the whole. We'll deal with it at the council meeting if you wish to raise it next week. Now, let's talk about approval of the agenda.
May I reply?
Well, I thought I gave you, sure, you can reply, but as far as I'm concerned, you're talking in the committee of whole about a motion of council. It should be dealt with at the council meeting. That's my ruling.
As far as you are concerned,
Well,
and if my colleagues would, if that's what my colleagues wish not to go ahead, then someone can say, I move, we move on, or something like that.
Councillor Connell?
I move that we move on.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Bartow? Can I call the question? All those in favor that we move on, say aye. 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 Opposed?
Okay.
One. Okay, thank you. We'll go for an approval of the agenda. I note that the clerk has kindly highlighted in yellow the issues that we didn't deal with on Tuesday. It's quite a lot of yellow. Is there any additions or amendments to the agenda circulated? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Hudson, seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Bartow?
I don't remember seeing anything on it for follow-up information for the Carsdale issue. Do we have to have that on the agenda?
Hillsdale, you say?
Pardon?
Did you say Hillsdale?
Carsdale,
Carsdale.
where we put a stop work order out on the project down there on our lands was illegal happening. I'd like to have that on the agenda so we can find out the information and where the status is of that.
So if I remember correctly, that would have been at a council meeting, was it? Can someone help me out? Was that at a council
I
meeting?
believe you're correct. We can verify it, but I believe you're correct.
So
Okay,
that should come back to the council meeting, and if you want to, if it's not on the agenda for the council meeting, you might want to add it as new business then.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, so where was I? Did I call for a vote on the approval of the agenda? I forget.
Moved and seconded.
Moved and seconded, but I did call for it? I didn't call for it?
You did not call for it.
Any more comments on the agenda? Councillor Redden.
I was wondering if we could maybe move the returning officer final report to the first item on the agenda to not
Okay.
delay any
Okay.
longer.
Any other comments with respect to the agenda? So Councillor Redden would like to move item K, returning officer final report, to the top.
Second. First, second.
Seconded by Deputy Warden.
So this would be an amendment to the motion to receive it as circulated.
Yeah. So could we have a vote on the amendment to move the returning officer final report to the top?
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion is carried. Any other comments with respect to the agenda?
You need the motion as amended now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the motion is amended. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the agenda as amended say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So we've already approved the minutes, right? We don't have to do that again. We're down to the yellow things, and I guess the next is the returning officer final report then, Madam Clerk. Is that where you think we are here on the yellow portions? So I'm just looking at the committee of the whole, and the returning officer final report is K. So that's at page 59 of our package. All right. 59. So I see Mr. Patterson here, and we have his report. Perhaps I could invite Mr. Patterson, if he wants, to just make a few brief comments at the beginning, and then we'll have some questions, perhaps. We have your report, but is there anything you'd like to add to your report, Mr. Patterson?
Well, I'm eager to answer any council questions, but I think maybe just for clarity and for viewers, one really interesting thing and why I wrote the report the way I did, and I broke out and listed a review of different sections of the election, was that I think something really interesting happened when the municipality decided to invoke that 146A of the Municipal Election Act and build an alternative voting plan and selective electronic voting. It was kind of interesting that it broke us out of a decades-old, very static model of elections where municipalities had very little control over costs, and nationally, municipal elections were seeing declining voter participation. And now we've got the ability, and we saw a lot of innovation, we saw new services, and councils and municipalities now have a great ability to look at how do we enhance things and do more of what voters really want. And where do we, for the first time, have a big ability to control some costs on things that maybe voters don't want as much of. So that's why I measured and broke out different segments of the services we offer the public. And I guess on that thought, now that you've seen some of the data, I'm interested in knowing where can I help you in understanding some of the details.
Thank you. Councillor Connell?
It would have been nice to know what a regular election would have cost again. Like all we have is a cost for this election.
That's harder to answer since I guess current costs. there was a net additional amount for rental you could take off. Any equipment rental you could take off, but you would have otherwise had a much higher cost for people and hall rentals. A full paper election with the number of halls it would have taken to support that probably would have been a fair bit more. To quantify that would take a bit more work.
Councillor LeBlanc?
And I think maybe we could look at that by looking at the past election of 4 years ago, so that those numbers would be there, because he was dealing with something totally new. That's just a thought.
I noticed a lot of recommendations here in this report, some of which I thought were good recommendations and interesting recommendations. For example, offering 2 locations in the future instead of 15 for walk-in people. I'm feeling a sense of that this is an important, how we do the next election is an important issue. I'm also feeling the pressure of time. And I'm wondering whether we might have a short workshop on this at some point in time. We do have 4 years to figure this out. We do have Mr. Patterson here, and I just wonder whether we want to dive into the weeds on this at this point now, or whether we can put it off to some kind of a time when we can spend an appropriate couple of hours on that. Councillor Kraut?
I'd just like to thank Mr. Patterson. I was one of a small number, I think, who really had doubts about going with this sort of setup, being more of a traditionalist. And I was quick to share those thoughts. But I'm very impressed with how well it went. I'm very impressed with the fact that the voter turnout was so much higher. Could have still been higher still, but I was pleasantly surprised. I think when we do have time, as the warden has said, to look at this and compare it to past practices, we'll find that I'm sure it was much more efficient, much less of a cost to the county, with a much higher return, a much higher increase in voting participation. So Mr. Patterson, I would certainly throw kudos your way. I know bringing in something new and moving us in that direction perhaps wasn't an easy task at times, but the results speak for themselves.
Yes, thank
congratulations,
you.
Wonderful job.
Yes, thank you very much.
Councillor Redden?
My question is going to sound maybe a little bit...
Pardon me?
I said my question is going to sound a little bit in the weeds, but it speaks to the integrity of the election, so it's a curiosity. In my district, I had one person with a duplicate name, and that they got 2 cards because of a misspelling. And then I had one instance of 2 names being listed on my list that were also listed in another district. Both of these came up to you, one through me and one through somebody else, and both had already been dealt with by the time I found out about it. I was wondering how many other incidences there were, if you have a feel for it. It's not an exact number.
Things like that, extremely small. I think I heard of about 4 out of 12,000 voters, and anything we heard of with this. Our society does not have a perfect database listing every person perfectly. We start with a good quality provincial list, but there are always a few omissions and errors in it. And we fix them as we see them.
I was very happy with the results. We're looking for quantification. Yeah.
Councillor LeBlanc?
And I also had the same thing happen in mine. However, the constituents corrected the problem by calling in. So they were due diligent in doing the right thing. So.
Councillor Morrison? Oh, sorry.
If I might add, I also heard very positive comments when they called in to get any advice on how to use different things. So I was pleasantly pleased to hear that from my constituents. So I would like to pass that on to Doug and everybody on that team. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a great team. All of the teams supporting voters and the poll workers did an amazing job. And they worked hard to learn a lot of new things this time. Yeah, they were great.
They did a great job. And my constituents have said that. So thank you. They were quite patient. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I agree with your recommendation that there be a workshop on this. A workshop is that we have found, I found in my 8 years here, a very useful instrument for exchange of information and for comprehension of sometimes complicated subjects. I wish to join those who thank Mr. Patterson, in my case, especially for his understanding manner, is willing to discuss in a low-term way, and the fact that he was just ever so patient with queries, not only from me, but from other people. When we have the workshop, if we wish to answer Councillor Connell's question, and I hope we do, it's good to bear in mind that Mr. Patterson was hired for this election. And thus, if we want to talk about costs of previous elections, then I guess there will have to be some way of getting that information into the workshop. Thank you.
Would you like to bring a motion that we discuss this in a workshop at some point in the future?
I move that at the earliest possible date, Council conduct a workshop on municipal elections.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Longmire? Any discussion on the motion? Yes, CAO.
Thank you, Ward. One of the interesting things too, in that with the previous council leading up to the election, I think they were getting a lot of calls from constituents that ran community halls, and they typically relied on the election to assist with some of the rental fees that they would get. And some of the citizens that would get jobs out of the elections as well. This was a way for some people to augment some of their income as it lays out. And so my understanding, just from what was brought up from previous councillors, that there was a lot of input from the public on how they would like to see that roll out in each district. And I think the workshop idea, you might be able to get some more information there, because you folks are new on council and you'll be getting calls. I don't know if you're going to be getting calls on how to run an election right now, but I think the citizens will be lively on that issue when the time comes in 4 years. So you may want to consider that as well in your discussions.
And I would just like to take this opportunity to second the comments around the table of the very professional job that Mr. Patterson did with respect to the election. And I want to thank him myself on behalf of the people in my district. Councillor Sheridan?
I just want to say a big thank you as well. And I think because of COVID, this was perfect timing to introduce this. So thank you very much.
Any further discussion?
I'd also like to thank Amanda Lewis, the assistant returning officer. She did a huge amount of work and did a lot of work supporting the public when people had questions about being on the voters list. That was something she did among a lot of things that she did a lot of work on. So I think she definitely deserves some thanks here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartow?
Yeah, I'd like to reflect that as well. Any of the calls that I got, I referred them to the number, and the constituents were pleased with the response. Their questions were answered immediately, and it just seemed to be a seamless process. And I think that is Mr. Patterson deserves a big hand for making that process work so smoothly.
Any more comments on the motion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I want to, I was one of the councillors that didn't like this idea of electronic voting because my district's very large, and I didn't think it would quite work so well out there. Well, luckily, I was a claim. But from what I, witnessed and had heard from various people in and around Annapolis County, that they felt the election process went very smoothly. And actually, as it turns out, we got more people out to the polls this way. So I do thank you very much, Mr. Patterson, for your time here. You put in this to make it go so smoothly. Thank you.
Any other comments on the motion? The motion was to have a discussion about this in a workshop at the earliest opportunity, or words to that effect. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation, County of Annapolis relationship. And we have a letter from the solicitor at page 53 of 161. Along with a letter from Jonathan Cumming.
Move to receive.
Would anyone, Deputy Warden?
I'll move to receive this for information, and we can get it on the table.
There's a motion to receive for information. Is there a seconder to the motion? Seconder, Sheridan? There was a question that I wanted to ask. Is that appropriate to do in the face of this motion? I assume. I'm looking at the letter from Mr. Cumming to Mr. Gillis, number 3. And it says, currently the county's involvement is limited to rubber stamping board member recommendations and liaisoning with the province when the bylaw amendments are made. So I had 2 questions. Why are we rubber stamping? And secondly, do we pay money to the Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation? Do we fund them? Mm-hmm. Can somebody answer that question? CAO, do we?
There has been, I think, occasions where we're involved if they're borrowing something for capital, but I don't believe it's happened since I've been here. But Holly, can you answer that?
Yeah, we do not fund in any
No.
way, shape, or form. They are part of our pension fund. But it's just kind of funneled through us. Other than that, we have a mortgage that they pay monthly to us. We
okay.
mortgage through Municipal Finance Corporation.
Right.
But they pay all principal and interest payments. So no, those are the back offers to us.
So they have, we have a mortgage on the property on Church Street in Bridgetown?
We borrowed money many years ago through Municipal Finance Corporation.
I see.
For their purpose, but they pay the principal and interest payments. It's just kind of funneled through our books.
Okay. Well, then maybe there's some reason to have a board member if they owe us some money. Any more comments with respect to the motion to move for receive for information? If not, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is remuneration for warden, deputy warden, and councilor's policy. This was something that I brought up, and it's certainly not urgent. So I'd like to move that, if I could, to the committee of the whole meeting in January. So could I, Deputy Warden?
I'd move that we move the discussion of AN-1.2.1 remuneration for warden, deputy warden, and councilor's policy until committee of the whole in January.
Yeah, that's fine. Second, Councilor LeBlanc. Any discussion? Sorry, Councilor LeBlanc.
Are we looking at the whole thing or just the pension?
I put this on because the short story is that I can't get a pension because I'm too old. So I get 9% or 8% or some amount paid to me, but I'm to have a tax-free savings account. And I've been told by staff that I don't have to put the money into the tax-free savings account. I don't have to use the tax-free savings account. I just have to have one, which didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, my question really was for the motion. We're just going to be looking at this section? That's the.
Yeah, just the issue I brought up, which
This
is
is the only
that issue. It's not, we're not looking at the whole policy.
That's right, so I guess we should amend it to specifically say section, whatever it is pertaining to. I'm just saying. Mr. Gunn? Deputy Warden Gunn?
I'm not sure what the section is sitting here today. I could look it up, but
It's section 7.
section 7, I'm told.
Yes.
That'll be reflected in the motion.
It will?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Any further comment on the motion to adjourn to, or defer this to the January Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, Annapolis Community Health Center stakeholder meeting. That's you. It's page 78. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Morrison?
Yes, thank you. I am, at least for another little while, the chair of the physician recruitment and retention committee of Annapolis County. That includes the towns of Middleton and Annapolis Royal. And I and other members of the committee have had some preliminary discussions as to how we might advance physician recruitment. And I gather by the fact that my colleagues, Councillor Longmire and Councillor Hudson, were also at the meeting. I'm inferring that all councillors were invited. I'm not sure if that's so or not. But it was a very good meeting in terms of atmosphere. Everyone who participated, either to listen or to listen and contribute, did so in a positive way without any recriminations or negativity. Dr. Conyers was in attendance as he is apparently the lead for the Annapolis Community Health Center for emergencies. So there was a wide range of stakeholders, including folks from the Nova Scotia Health Authority. And some of the points that are not in the presentation that I know you absorbed, I would just like to mention that Meals and Wheels has returned, and we received an extensive explanation, a reasonable one in the circumstances, as to why the Annapolis Community Health Center is closed at various times, and that's quite simply because of a lack of physicians. You will have noted in the chart of the presentation that we are short for that institution 2 physicians. And the physicians themselves decided that in order to ensure the best possible continuous service, that Sunday would be the day that the emergency department would be closed as a question of routine. Not to say that that's the only day, but that would be the standard day. Telemedicine was explained to us, and I don't know how many folks have had familiarity with that, but I was with my doctor one day when he got a call because he was the medical doctor on call, and it was from someone in eastern Nova Scotia, not a doctor, who said, I have a patient exhibiting this, and here's what I'd like to do, and my doctor gave advice, and away they went. The Annapolis County Annapolis Community Health Organization is going to establish a cardiac rehab program. One of the themes that, not themes, one of the statements that was made throughout this is that if you phone and you talk to a medical person and you're satisfied, that's great. If you phone and you talk to a medical person and it's not to your liking, you can still see a doctor. If a patient insists on seeing a doctor, that will happen. And the number of Nova Scotians who don't have family doctors is now in about the 50,000 range. It was pointed out to us that one of the challenges of recruiting physicians is a lack of housing. And I intervened and talked about the Missouri initiative of building anywhere from 30 to 60 homes in the next year or two, and that might help with the hospital shortage. And the meeting ended on just the most wonderful statement, that each person has a part to play in preventive medicine. Each person has a part to play in helping one's health. So I thoroughly enjoyed the meeting. There will be another one in due course. Thank you.
Any comments in that regard? Councilor Bartol?
I just want to say I appreciate the report, and I was invited, and I, due to another appointment that I had, I could not get back in time for the meeting, so I appreciate the report on that, and I do intend, if there's a future meeting, to try to attend, because I think it's very important.
I suppose I should move the adoption for information.
Sure. Deputy Warden seconds your motion. It's to receive the report for information.
Who seconded, I'm sorry?
The Deputy Warden. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Report from the Deputy Warden.
That's mine.
I had no report. That's a vote.
That item was added by Councilor Morrison.
Pardon me?
That item was added by Councilor Morrison.
Okay. Oh, it's Councilor Morrison, you added that item?
Yes, I did. Thank you. It has been the practice these past decades that during the whole meetings we receive reports from the warden, the chief administrative officer, and senior members of staff. And I've always wondered why it was that the deputy warden, who receives 33% additional remuneration for being deputy warden, was not asked to submit a report. I mentioned this to the current deputy warden, and he did not object at all. And therefore, I move that council ask the deputy warden to submit a report on deputy warden activities to each committee of the whole. And I would just like to explain that it's not the activities of the deputy warden as a councillor, but those activities he's been asked to undertake as the deputy warden. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councilor Redden, you second the motion? Any discussion? Councilor Connell?
Well, some months he may not have a whole lot of activity. His position is to work with the warden and any activity that the warden resumes that he can't make it or something like that, the deputy warden steps in, or he may have to go to the office and stuff like that. But I've never seen it before in all the years I've been here. I think it's just another report. No.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Yeah, certainly the last deputy warden didn't do anything in my time that was certainly willing to. That's not the problem. But no, I've never seen this before or heard of it, and but if that's what council wants, I will deliver. Thank you.
Any more comments? I'll call for the question. All those in favor of requiring the deputy warden to provide a report to committee of the whole each month, say aye. Just a minute, can I, opposed? Opposed. Can we see a show of hands just to make sure? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, the motion's defeated.
May I, as the mover, may I speak? I realize it's been voted.
Yeah,
I just have a comment.
sure.
The deputy warden agreed with me when I suggested this and thought it was a good idea. We have already seen the deputy warden greatly involved in a matter I wanted to raise today, but council refused. And I will continue to inquire as to the deputy warden's activities. Thank you.
Next is resuming Zoom meetings, and that's Councillor Prout.
Thank you. I guess we touched on this a bit after the meeting on Tuesday, and that when we sort of discussed the COVID numbers and so on. My reason for this twofold. At the time that I presented it or offered it to the clerk to have it added, numbers were increasing. Thankfully, they're going down. As I had mentioned the other day, up until Monday of this week, we had an average active number of cases of 113. We still are seeing outbreaks, minor outbreaks here and there, and I hope we can see the numbers continue to go down. But I'm just wondering, we're meeting here in a lovely facility. It is good to meet in a format such as this, but we're looking, or many parts of North America are looking at increases between now and the middle of January and so on. I'm just wondering, Zoom, I suspect, would be much more cost effective. It would be safer for folks. I don't know what we're paying to be here on a daily basis, and I'm not sure what the cost is for a Zoom meeting. But I'm just wondering from the perspective of cases possibly going up or, heaven forbid, staying up, and how much money is being put in, taxpayers' money, into meetings such as this. Would Zoom not possibly be more cost effective and safer at the same time? And I just wondered what people thought of that.
So
I would make a motion, if you'd like, that
well, do you want to have
we look at it.
Do you want to have a discussion? Or
Okay, then I'll make sure a discussion.
So you just want a discussion at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Councillor Connell, I saw your hand up.
This morning it was announced that there were 61 active cases in the province. It was 61 or 62.
Yeah, it has come down.
Like 60s. There was an outbreak at a chicken facility in
Berwick, maybe?
Or
Oh, okay.
and came in.
Okay.
And they tested, I think they said they tested over 200 day before yesterday, and all of them come back negative. The chicken place is back up and running. Everyone went back to work. They just jumped on it because of the chicken, or the facilities across Canada that got COVID and spread very quickly, so the Nova Scotia government jumped on it very quickly to do pop-up testing and stuff like that. I'm not in favor of Zoom meetings. I just would rather meet in person. And so I think this is a good facility. We've asked for our own council chambers to be refitted. Stores are still open. Restaurants are still open. Schools are still open. Our government still should be open.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just a quick question. What's the status of the work at the council chambers in respect to the COVID?
We've had two companies, Steve. I don't think we'll give cost estimates in open because we haven't signed anything yet. But we've had two estimates, two different companies coming in. During the process of reviewing it, my understanding is that one company bid on a certain standard. New information came in that the standard had to be increased. And so they're going back and both coming back with prices. The cost of plexiglass is extremely high. So we don't know what the cost is right now, but it's thousands. It's probably, I don't think it'd be less than 10 to 15,000. That's my guess, but I have to wait for the budgets to come in.
So basically, you have to be sort of expected that may be completed in the first of the year. Basically, you said that may be fall. Obviously.
Sorry, say that?
It could be prolonged, the completion.
We have to wait to get the information in and to find out when they can get it. A lot of the stuff they order too is subject to potential delays.
I understand.
Yeah.
I thought the motion was to have it completed by the end of the year. Isn't that what the motion was?
I think it was
It
January.
was moved to the end, changed to the end of January.
Was it moved to where?
Changed to the end of January.
End of January, was it? Okay, sorry. Councillor Sheridan?
So in regards to meeting places, I know John had mentioned Paradise Hall that might be available, and switch it up a little bit, and maybe a bit cheaper than this facility. So maybe that's something we should look into, is a cheaper facility to meet in, and possibly in the new year if the offices aren't ready at the chamber.
One thing to add to that.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. The hall right next door to council chamber is a fairly large hall. It's got a hall in it near as big as this room here. And I would wonder why that couldn't be rented. Certainly.
The church hall?
Yeah, the church hall. The church hall right
The
next
church
to
hall?
county office.
I'm pretty sure we checked with them.
We
early
checked
on,
it with-
They weren't renting.
Oh, they weren't.
Not
With COVID.
They're not renting.
Say again?
I think we checked with the hall next door and the fire hall and other places that were local, closer to the offices, and they were not renting it during COVID.
Okay.
So it's about $1,000 a day when we meet here.
That's a lot of money.
How much is it? How
And yet-
much is it for Zoom?
$300 a month.
Yeah. Well, Zoom meetings, you don't get anything done.
But we may, yeah.
Very
Exhausted.
exhausted with that.
Any other, Councillor Prout just wanted a discussion at this point. Councillor Bartel?
I think that it's a moving target as far as the community halls and venues that may be available, so I think that if they said one thing a few months ago, it might be different now, so it wouldn't hurt to check out and verify what our options are at this point. I know the Legion hall in town, which is not far from the municipal offices. A couple of times earlier, they actually was open to use their hall for flu shots for a clinic. So I'm assuming that they would be available for other rentals as well. So we could check with some of the other local community halls may not be large enough to get our distancing.
That's right.
So we might be forced to look at some of the larger halls, like the Church Hall or the community center in Annapolis. But that's some options that we look at, and maybe more cost effective.
Well, if we're going to refit our council chambers, then, I don't know if we need to, we're booked in here next Tuesday for the council meeting, and my understanding is we're also booked in January, which we can change if we can get our offices fitted up.
I'm not sure we're here for January. I think they had a conflict for the date we needed. I can double check that.
Oh, I thought it was available, but so it could be my mistake. Any other discussion? So, Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, I think it's certainly important to go looking for another venue so that it is cost effective, and it certainly would help out another location in the county, another organization, and it would help us to get together and be at proper distancing. I know a lot of people don't like the Zoom, but I think some of the times that we're going to have to use the Zoom so that we can get specific things done quickly and more effective for cost, because of the cost of having the hall all the time, until we know if it's definite that we can have it in chambers and everybody is approved, and safety and the government's rules.
I would just, before we leave this, I would echo Councillor Connell's comments that I think it's very important that we meet in person rather than on Zoom. We're running an important government organization, and it's, I think, for all kinds of reasons, much better to be doing it in person than on Zoom. Councillor Sheridan?
So do you need a motion for having the CAO to look into different venues for meeting in person?
Well, you can move whatever you want, but I'm understanding that we're going to get our council chambers fitted up by the end of January.
Well, that would back it up in case we don't have them ready, then we'd have that just to fall back on in case.
Well, if you'd like to make that motion.
I would like to make that motion. Have the CAO look into different venues until the office, the chambers are available for us to get back.
I'll second that.
Get that? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Is that good enough, Councillor Proud?
Yes, thank you. I just thought it was something that would need to be discussed. Thank you very much.
Next item is Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal, McGinty Road. I think that's Councillor LeBlanc.
Yes. I received some information from the residents on McGinty Road and also on Easy Street, so just add it on because it's exactly the same thing. There's one side of the road on both. During the winter months, there's a safety issue. And the issue is that when it snows, the trees are like these birch, whatever, the ones that after they get heavy, they go into the road. So it's causing the loss of one side of their road to be driving up and down. So being it's been brought to me, I'd like to be able to make a motion so that we send a letter to TIR to look into the safety issue and what can be done to rectify the problem of these McGinty Road and Easy Street to clear the side in the ditches so that it can be safe for the winter months.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Yes, certainly.
Is there a second? Sorry.
I move to send a letter to TIR of the safety issue and concerns of McGinty Road and Easy Street. To check the clearing, no, I don't have that right. To clear the ditches, to provide safety during winter months, driving and also walking. I don't know that I have that right, but if I hear my motion again, I'll know.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councilor Proud. Councilor Connell?
It's too bad that individuals wouldn't go look at the situation before they send DOT a request, because if the trees are in the power lines, DOT will not touch them. That's why they've never been cut. That's why they're still the way they are. McGinty Road, we cut one part of it years ago, and when come to the portion that the trees were so far up into the high tension wires, DOT will not touch them. They have to be cut by Nova Scotia Power to get them below the power lines. And that's why a lot of those trees don't get cut, because it's a policy of the government not to put the workers of DOT in harm's way of being electrocuted.
And I do realize that.
Any other comments? Yeah,
Sorry.
CAO.
Just based on what Councillor Connell mentioned, perhaps you could write TIR and Nova Scotia Power, because Nova Scotia Power could clear the trees back. I know in some instances, if a tree falls down and it's on a line on your property, they'll come in and fix it. So perhaps a letter to both, and you might be able to have it coordinated.
Perfect. I'll agree to that.
So would somebody like to move an amendment to the motion?
I'll move. Maybe it should be somebody else. Brad, you know that.
Councillor Sheridan will move the amendment to add the letter to go to Nova Scotia Power, and I think Councillor Redden seconds that.
Could I just add one other thing, just procedurally?
Yeah.
It should be for the warden to sign on behalf of the council, the letter.
Yes.
Although, any further discussion on the amendment to send the letter as well to Nova Scotia Power? If not, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, unless there's further discussion on the motion as amended, is there any further discussion on the motion as amended? If not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next item is Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal Bell Drive.
Yes, well. In this particular case, my residents were concerned because it's a cul-de-sac, so therefore they have found that there's a lot of people going down the road excessively, not knowing that it's a dead-end street, and they would like to see a dead-end street or a cul-de-sac or at the beginning of the road to indicate that this is not a road that's going to end up down the end and they're going to go across to another subdivision. There's a lot of children on the street, and within 5-6 houses, there's children that are very tiny to more or less around 10, 11 years old that are always on the road because it's a cul-de-sac. And there's like 10, 15 children on the road. So their concern is the fact that people do not know that it's a cul-de-sac. So they're asking if it's possible for us to be able to inquire with the TIR to put up a sign indicating that it is. That's my question.
Is Councillor Connell?
I don't think you'll find it's TIRs, it's ours.
Well,
Sorry?
and that's exactly what I was going to say, I believe, but TIR will put it in. It is our, Steve, there's Steve.
So I'm afraid I'm having difficulty hearing the back and forth.
The Bell Drive is county road.
Okay.
So therefore, I would have to bring this to Steve and not TIR. I thought maybe TIR would put up the sign, but Steve is shaking his head over there on the corner of my eye. No, that it would be the county that would do that. So I'd like to make, okay, if Steve would like to explain more.
Okay, perhaps I could hear from Mr. McGinnis.
Sure, we would just issue a work order and put up the sign. We get nothing from TIR. But just-
There you go.
So
That's why I give you
You're right there,
for my own benefit then, what I'm taking from this discussion is that for the J roads, or the roads that the county is responsible for, we do the signing? No.
It's a
Somebody help me out?
It's a convoluted relationship.
Sorry?
It's a convoluted relationship. Any road created after 1996, I believe is the date. Around that date are the jurisdiction of the local municipality.
Okay.
And J-class roads are the responsibility of the municipality through a service exchange, again, in the mid-90s. But TIR maintains them, and we pay them an annual fee.
And what about the signage, which is the issue today?
The signage is, if it's our road, it's our responsibility.
To do the signage?
Yeah. So we I'll put in a work order, and we would put up a sign as a no exit sign at the beginning of the road.
So,
I would have to make a motion
Or-
that goes
yeah.
to the CAO.
Council has to prove it, but yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
So perhaps the clerk could refresh our memory then as to where we are here.
Yeah. Is there a motion such as this one?
Yes. Imagine it'll be closed.
To recommend that municipal council direct staff to install a no exit sign at the end of Bell Drive?
At the beginning of
At the beginning.
It works better there, yeah.
That's perfect.
That captures your motion, does it?
That would be my
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Longmire? Any further discussion? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I'm really interested in this and in Steve McGinnis's explanation. For some reason, the number of children in my district is increasing. And there is a road that is a provincial road. And I went to the province and I said, Buddy lives here, 5 children, young, road, et cetera, can you put up a sign, slow children, or whatever that sign is? And I was told no. And then I said to the fellow at TIR, well, what if I get a sign from someplace else? He said, we won't allow you to do that. But I did get a sign from someplace else, and it was put up at one end, and now I have to go at the other end. So it's a real dance.
Yes. Yes. Two steps enforced it.
Any other comments, discussion on the motion? Okay, everybody understand the motions to direct the staff to put up the sign at Bell Road? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. Next is Nova Scotia Power Inc. Bell Drive.
That's still, if I may continue.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question, and it's going to be Steve, obviously, to the CAO. They have consistently complained about the fact that there's no light at the end of their, or at the beginning of the road going into this Bell Drive. And going through it, and we were looking at it, there are lights on every second pole, except for the beginning. So there appears to be a light missing. which is why the end of the road is so dark, and they're finding it very dark and at night when they're trying to come in and out. And I don't think that they need it at the end of the road, because there's one missing at the second pole in. I'd like to be, I'd like to move that somebody investigates, if it's possible, to be able to add another street light in Bell Drive, which appears to be missing. I believe, Mr. Leo, does this go to you, or does this go?
Are they LED lights, do you know?
That would be Steve.
Yes, the engineer?
I just need some clarity. Are you talking, there are streetlights on Highway 201?
No, there are street, well, yeah,
Okay, but are
and in Bell Drive.
Okay.
However, it goes in, there's not one on the end of the road, on the 201. And as you go in, there should be one there because it misses a pole and then there's the other one. So that it appears that there's one of them missing.
You can have a look. Yeah. And as some of council is aware, we recently relamped the entire county with LED lights, and we are responsible now for the lights that are in our service areas, not all of the lights. So we'll have a look.
How many lights did we replace, Steve?
Pardon me?
How many lights are now we responsible for?
I think it's about 1,400 and change.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could have my motion reread, if the clerk picked up anything of what I said.
To recommend that municipal council ask staff to investigate if there is a street light missing at Bell Drive.
In Bell Drive, yes.
And do you want us to investigate replacing it and come back with?
Yeah, hopefully put it in.
We would have to, we first of all have to determine if we'd be able to,
Yeah.
because that's regulated.
Okay.
Then we would have to know the cost. So we'll bring that back, and then council can make a decision from that. Would that be helpful?
Perfect. Is that added on there, Madam Clerk?
Does not investigate that, cover that? Do you want it specifically?
To investigate and report back, wasn't it?
Report back. Report back to January committee floor? Is that?
Can I ask Steve if that's enough
Oh, yeah.
time?
We can do that.
Yes?
Yep.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bud. Oh, Deputy Warden Gunn?
Thank you very much.
Can I have a
So
seconder?
I used to,
Sorry.
No motion yet.
Was,
There's no motion yet on the floor.
okay, is there a seconder to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Deputy Warden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I had a building up here for years, and there was a big old light outside of it alongside the road. And they used to send me a bill for that every month. It was on my electricity bill for a street light. So we changed all these to LEDs a few years ago in the county. And what I'm wondering is, do the citizens pay for that street light? And if there's a cost associated to installing that street light, is it the citizens that pay for that? Does that come out of an area rate? Or is that just something we take out of our budget money or our reserve money and put it up?
Either way.
CAO.
Thank you. I'll start. Steve can carry on with what I'm going to say. The replacement of all the approximately 1,400 lights, the county used gas tax mainly to purchase the stranded asset of so the light that you were previously paying for was Bell's. They had a life cycle budget on that pole and light, and so when we took that light down, we had to pay their stranded asset cost. So there was large capital cost to be paid. The savings from an LED light are really good, but we only get a partial savings because we're still paying down, I think, some of the costs. Is that 10%?
10 years.
10 years. And now these lights are meant to last for, what, 25? 20? And so it's meant to reduce the cost overall. When the county took it over in the format that they have, I think it basically is covered under the general tax rate in some areas, and then area rates in others for community groups that wanted the lights in? Is that how it went, Steve?
The only street lights we have are covered under service areas, specifically areas that have the lights. And if I'm hearing the deputy warden correctly, when we relamped, any light that points into the property is the private homeowners.
Yeah.
Any light that points out to the road was part of the service area. So if the light pointed in, we didn't touch it. And it still remains on the bill.
Nova Scotia Power's bill.
Yeah.
Okay, so to answer my question, if we put another light in, well, from your answer, what I'm getting is the county pays for the light. Is that right? The lights each month?
Correct.
In our areas?
In the service areas.
But now, if it's not a service area and there's a light up there, the citizen pays. So my question therefore would be, is Bell Drive a service area?
That's one of the things I'm going to check out.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Anyone, Councilor Morrison?
I would. The CAO mentioned stranded assets. And if we ever have time for a workshop of 3 or 4 days, that would be a topic in and of itself.
Any other comments? So the motion is to have an investigation into the streetlight and to bring it back. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, double A on the second page, FCM Universal Broadband Fund. This was a note from Councillor Hudson to the CAO.
Excuse me. I guess firstly I'd like to ask council to accept the release from the FMC for information. I guess the contents of that release are very self-explanatory. In that the government now has a fund called the Universal Broadband Fund in the amount of $1.75 million for internet projects in rural and remote areas. I guess when I hear about funding like that, I become very interested and want to receive more information. So I would like to make this motion, is that the CAO investigates the potential of securing funding for our current internet project under the federal government's new Universal Broadband Fund and provide a report on its findings to council at the January 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. I would like to add to that that his investigation includes the possibility of additional funding to expand our current project.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Longmire. Discussion? Perhaps I'll ask the CAO how this funding would fit into currently what we're doing with respect to the broadband.
I don't know all the criteria as of yet, but so council, sometimes if you get funding on projects, you can stack funding. It's permitted, meaning that you could get 2 federal funding sources, and in some cases you can't. So I don't know what the rules are here on that for the current, so it's a good question. It could fit in with the current project. Typically, if you already have a funded project, they don't fund it. But on occasion, they can make some differences, so I'll check into that. As it relates to going forward, there is a current council motion that we were going to look at the Develop Nova Scotia second round, but it didn't quite fit with the private companies, mainly because of the amount of the deposits that had to occur to apply for that program. So this one here is, I think, in line and may fit into what we want to expand. So I'm going to look at that. I think it's very worthy to pursue, no question.
Any more discussion on the motion? Councillor Bartow?
So this might be able to expand where we left off, where we're not covering everybody under the current project. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, our current project, so council's aware, is to keep going. It was never really, it was if we had funding. So we borrowed money for the core build. Then we've got CTI money approved in principle, and it's been announced. We have had 2 applications into the Development Nova Scotia, and we had a verbal commitment of funding from them, but we were seeking more. So we're still waiting to hear back from them on a portion of the project. And they've been involved with the project from the inception, that when we applied to the CTI fund, which is the Federal Connect to Innovate program. We received about $2.9 million from them. That's what we'll be receiving. So on this other aspect, to go out now towards the South Mountain and those areas, the geography is a little different. We have had some analysis on how we can approach it and how we can deliver service. And it's all going to come down to money. So we will definitely pursue money for that area, but I can't tell you what you will get until we know what they will approve.
Any more comments on the motion? Seeing none, Councillor Redden.
Just one, as much curiosity as anything, like this funding was released, or was announced publicly only like a week and a half ago or so. How long is it usually before they give the requirements for applying for that funding? Because I know sometimes it's not released at the same time.
And sometimes it is. It's a good question, and I haven't had a chance to look at it in detail. I'm certainly aware of it.
Yeah.
And it's going to lay that all out. It's going to say what's the approved criteria, what is not, and you have to work through that. And so when you apply, they may come back, they'll want to put likely a contribution agreement together, which will involve the province. Because the province cannot, or the feds cannot give money directly to a municipality. It has to go through provincially. So the provincial government will then have probably a contribution agreement in place with them that may even change slightly how it will work. So it's a wait and see. And then once they finally make their mind up, and they've got to go through that process, the turnaround in getting the applications is usually a short window.
Mm-hmm.
Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. The next item is one I put on the agenda, directions to CAO, and I would like to defer that to the January Committee of the Whole meeting. So I'll move that be, if somebody would move, we defer that. Councillor Connell. Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sheridan. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. The next item is the response from the CAO to my suggested motion. It would seem reasonable that we defer that at the same time to the January Committee of the Whole meeting. Would anyone like to make that motion? Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Redden. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing Training. That's under DD. I'm just trying to find it here on the list. That looks like it's page 106 of our package. Councillor Redden, yes?
Yes. So during our new council training, the Department of Municipal Affairs offered us to come do specialized training. And I personally would really like to take them up on that offer, especially regarding in-council, or sort of in-camera meetings. I have some specific questions there, and I think we'd all do well with it. So I guess my motion is that we recommend to council that we ask the Department of Municipal Affairs to come and give in-camera training specifically, or come give council training specifically on in-camera matters, and yes, the council can amend that as they see fit.
Yeah, so can you say that again? Did you get it, Madam Clerk?
I do believe that it was to recommend that municipal council invite municipal affairs and housing to deliver training on in-camera matters.
Yes.
Yeah, did that catch it?
That got it, yeah.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councilor Sheridan, discussion? Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. At a previous NSFM meeting in Kentville a year or two ago, the subject of in-camera meetings was on the agenda, and I was really interested because in 2012, when we had our new council orientation in Truro, there was a lawyer who stood up and gave a lengthy presentation on in-camera and indicated that we could all go to jail if we didn't obey the rules. And a person from a municipality said, "I feel like resigning right now." At another meeting, the NSFM one, we had a fellow from Halifax Regional Municipality. It was a nice presentation, but the speaker should have had about 4 hands, because it was on this hand, on that hand, on the other hand, and this hand doesn't know. So if we get the agreement of the Department of Municipal Affairs to come, personally, I would insist it be somebody from the Department of Municipal Affairs, and we make quite clear that for which we are looking, if that is whatever it is we're looking for. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Councilor Redden?
I called them to see if they had sort of packages off the shelf they could give us or whatnot, and they sort of just told me they can. I got the impression it was kind of on the fly, but that they could also turn it around quite rapidly for us once we asked them. So we may not give them really specific direction, and that we'll have some leeway in the training session, but especially in this distancing environment, it would be Zoom training. But because of Zoom training, they don't need a 4-week window to do it. They can, to lead into it, they can do it in I believe they said a couple of days once we passed motion to request it. But also, I'm curious if any of the other council members have other things they'd like to add to in-camera sessions for training they're interested in.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, the Shell zoning matter. This arises from, there's a couple in Bridgetown that want to go ahead with a project, and they need I believe, a zoning change, and they've been waiting for a while for the public hearing that has to happen with respect to the zoning change. And we haven't been able to have a public hearing because of the COVID restrictions, so I just asked the CAO if we could just update us on how we're doing on whether we're holding public meetings, and if we can or if we can't, or if we are, how do we do it. And the CAO wrote back to me, and this is on page 107. He does say Albert Dunphy could explain to council the concerns related to fair access to a public hearing. Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Dunphy, would one of you like to bring us up to date on whether we can have public hearings in the county these days? Or?
Sure. I asked Albert to call the planners with municipal affairs just to see if they could give some guidance on it. So, Albert, if you want to, what was basically communicated?
Sure. Okay. What I wanted to do first to set the stage for this discussion, okay,
The reason why I want to do this is there's a lot of water is passed under the bridge for it. And the Municipal Government Act talks about fairness, and this is a very difficult situation, okay? So the Shells, they have property in Bridgetown. It is in a residential area. They want to change the zoning to an institutional use to allow an alcohol and drug rehab. I think it's probably just an alcohol, but a rehab place in their backyard in a residential area. It does require an amendment to the land use bylaw to do that, because in Bridgetown it says that is an institutional use, okay? Not to get into the application too much itself, in terms of process-wise, an application like this goes to a council accepts it, in this case for processing, then they sent it on to the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, and they sent it to the Planning Advisory Committee. Both of those committees are recommending bodies. They are not approval bodies. The PAC meeting was January the 15th. We're almost a year since that time, okay? Why I mention that is we run into a situation of fairness. We have a new council. In terms of the fairness part, how do we get access? How do we hold public meetings? How do we hold public hearings and these sorts of things, which are all required of the process, and still be fair doing it? Because the Municipal Government Act under Section 190 says very clearly that you must have fair access to the information. We've always done that by in-person public hearings, in-person public meetings. PAC, for example, has always met in the community as opposed to another place, whether it revolved around to the county and those sorts of things. PAC did review it back in January. PAC did make a recommendation. You are at a public hearing stage. Now, how do we get where we are? First and foremost, you have to understand what the Municipal Government Act says about this type of stuff. What it says, ordinarily you would expect a process, that's stretching out over a year long. Should it continue? Do most councillors understand, all the new councillors especially, do you understand the implications of the Bridgetown plan? Do you understand the review sections of it and how a document must be reviewed? I think we have to discuss that as part of a fair answer as well. Before, my recommendation is we have to do something about that with council before we even step in towards a public hearing. Because a public hearing is the last chance for council to hear from the public. A couple of things come about of it. As the CEO had mentioned, we've talked to the province. Essentially, the province has said that they have no opinion. The reason why they say have no opinion is because under 208 subsection 5 of the Municipal Government Act, basically is what it's saying is the province is coming back and they say compliance with the procedural requirements for the adoption or amendment of planning documents is not subject to the review of the director or the minister. So the province is not going to give you an opinion how to hold a public hearing, how to hold a public meeting, what's fair, what's not, because they will not consider as part of their review anything to do with procedure, okay? Just to put it back in perspective again, when there's amendments to municipal plans and land use bylaws, council always doesn't get the final decision because the director of municipal affairs has to review it. It may be subject to review of the minister. And on top of that, after it's all said and done, there's also an appeal procedure to the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board in circumstances where people, the applicant or neighbors, can come back and say, did council make the right decision when they did it? A couple of things that keep coming back to mind with it, as I said, beyond the fact that you will not get any opinion, the problem that we see here, of course, is the COVID restrictions. Right now, we're still fortunate to have the ability to have a maximum of 50 people be allowed with COVID, with separation and masks and these things. The issue in terms of fairness for that is what happens if you have more than 50 people show up and you have to turn people away? Section 109 or 190 of the Municipal Government Act requires fairness. So the question is, do you hold another public meeting, another public hearing, those sorts of things to pick up the next 50? The Zoom meetings are one of those ones that are very difficult to do with public meetings and public hearings because, and I'll use myself as an example, when we started picking up Zoom, me being almost 60, I find it very hard to adopt to that technology. Okay? The other issue I have with it in terms of fairness is you're asking if council decides you want to go with public hearings as Zoom meetings, what happens if a resident who's may be defined as an aggrieved person by the Municipal Government Act, what happens if they don't have proper internet? They can't participate. That's not fair. You're asking residents to download a program and to operate that program once. That's not right there. And the reason why I say that is because with me, for example, I really got to use it a lot to be able to participate in Zoom meetings. And I got to press buttons and I got to find out what they do. Zoom is not a very effective method for it. So these are the types of things. If I were to give you a recommendation, I would say, even though, how are we here? Okay, this leads to the recommendation. The Municipal Government Act, I believe it's under 110 subsection, or 210 subsection 6. What it says is that ordinarily there is a deemed refused period of an application if council doesn't deal with it. Okay? There's a funny little quirk in there, and what it says is that council must advertise a public hearing within 120 days of the application or it's deemed refused. We're almost a year since PAC alone, okay? The date of the public hearing ads originally came out February the 27th. What we have right now is a situation where the Act only says you must advertise the public hearing. And if you recall, what was it, around March 5th was COVID. And that's the lockdown. So we've met all the purposes and intents of the Municipal Government Act. It's been always my opinion that we met the intent of the Act to the letter and held the public hearing advertisement, but we haven't had the public hearing. I would suggest to you in terms of fairness, council should reject the application and start over again. The reason why I even suggest that is because there's a lot of new councillors who've never been exposed to the issues behind the application, and I think we need to have that. That's the best I can say at this time. I don't think public hearings, if you're going to do them, you have to do them in public. If you're going to do them in Zoom, I can't recommend it because they're really not a fair way of getting people involved. So that's the best I can say. Thank you, Warden.
Discussion? Yes, CAO.
Thank you. Just adding to what Albert said, there may be a way forward, but it's a gamble in the sense that if you let's say you called a public hearing here and people were invited and you had to make sure your doors were open for anybody that came, and as long as you stayed under 50, then the opportunity was there and it was fair. But as soon as you get more, you'd have to cancel the meeting. But you could attempt it. But you'd have to have all the restrictions and distancing and everything laid out in order for it to carry on. And if it went to 51 people, you can't have the meeting.
I have a feeling there may be a lot of people attending this one. I will say that I was at a public hearing in Bridgetown, I'm going to say about 3 years ago. It was with respect to a fellow who wanted to have an industrial use up on Church Street. Remember that, Councillor Hudson? That was about 3 years ago, was it?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah. And I think there were only about 3 or 4 people from the public that showed up to that. I think this one might be a little more, but, you know, if we go through the steps and we get too many people and then we have to cancel the meeting, at least we've given it a shot, is kind of the way I see it. I have a few more questions, if I could, about the process. You say there's, if I could, Mr. Dunphy, you say there's a provision in the Act that if we don't hold the public hearing within 120 days that the application is deemed refused?
Yes, Warden. That provision, I believe, is, let me see my notes here, it is Municipal Government Act Section 210, subsection 6.
Well, is there any way around that? I mean, is there some protocol, some COVID protocol that allows us to extend that period of time?
No.
No.
No. There is no COVID restriction to get you around that, because COVID was never thought about when that act was drafted. Those timelines are firm.
Because I know that the government has put out certain directions that, for example, annual meetings of corporations don't need to be held within 3 months of the end of the fiscal year. And there were some other, I think, our financial statements got extended to the time we filed our financial statements, right, here in the county. But you don't think there's any government direction that applied to that section of the Municipal Government Act?
I am not aware of any direction. The same as the province has not said to any appreciable extent that they plan to extend the deadline for the minimum mandatory planning. The only one that they said that they would extend was the consultation process for the accessibility plan.
Councillor Longmire, did you want to say something?
Thank you. I would like to suggest that maybe we look at a possible answer to that question, that there may be an extension that could be made available. I don't feel that COVID should stop the applicant from moving forward.
It seems as though even if we do accept the idea that, according to the legislation, the application is deemed refused, and they proceed again, they're still met with the problem on the public hearing, even as we go forward. So that, and I do notice, and I think I've seen public hearings in the paper. I think Kings County has had some public hearing in the city of Halifax, some virtual public hearings. I'm not sure, to be honest, with the mechanics of these, but somehow they've managed to do something. Mr. Dunphy, have you looked into those examples?
First, may I add some clarity on this issue?
Yeah.
The section that talks about deemed refused, I don't believe is the issue here.
Sorry?
I said, I don't believe the issue of the public hearing or the issue of deemed refused is the issue. When you read the Municipal Government Act, and it was my interpretation on this, that essentially said that in terms of process, the shell application in this case, what the Municipal Government Act has said very clear is that a public hearing is not really the deemed refused part, because it said it's only deemed refused if council hasn't placed an ad for a public hearing. On February the 27th, the municipality did place an ad for a public hearing. It doesn't say you must hold a public hearing.
All right, okay.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I think I was a little mistaken there. Any other comments? Councillor Redden?
I guess it's a little bit in 2 parts. It would be, we're probably not going to have a public meeting in the next 30 days, just because Christmas and the holiday seasons and whatnot. What's the turnaround time and potential cost for them to reapply would be a question. But also that I strongly oppose having virtual public meetings in this county. There's not the internet connectivity in my district at all for having that there, and it would provide a huge barrier to access. And I liked in our, back to our new counselor training, one of the comments was about advertising in a newspaper for things versus other places, and that newspapers are equally inaccessible, whereas various technological forms of distributing information there's huge barriers for certain parts of the county and not others. So I think maybe Mr. Dunphy could speak to the first part of that about the reapplication thing to cover things off. I know you just said it wasn't really one of his issues, that necessarily the holdup with this, but it might be a way to get things moving and get it back into our hands. The new counselors up to speed.
Mr. Dunphy, just the process, eventually the council decides whether the rezoning application should proceed or not, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
Maybe it'd be helpful if I explain the process in short form.
But my question is then, I'm assuming that's correct, but then my question was, is that before or after the public meeting?
Okay. The way it normally works with every application, an application to amend the land use bylaw starts with council. Council has a decision at that point when the application first comes in. They can say no, or they can accept it for processing. Almost consistently, with the exception of thinking once in the last 20 years, a council has said no outright. They've always said we will accept for processing. That processing then sends it to an area advisory committee, and they send it to the planning advisory.
So this one did go to the area planning committee?
It went to both.
And what did both of them say?
Both had recommended that it continue processing.
Continue processing, okay.
Then it went back to council, and council set a date at that time of March 17th as being the date of the public hearing.
Okay.
And that's so said at that time, the newspaper ads were put in place, and the newspaper ad, what did come out February the 27th and March the 5th. So we met the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. Going back to the issue afterwards, council holds a public hearing. There's a number of rules around that public hearing, as in who can vote and those sorts of things. After the public hearing, then council has a period of time that they can either hold it during a public hearing during a regular council. They step out to do a public hearing. They come back into council. The majority of time, council votes then to approve or not approve. That's a council choice. The distance of time between a public hearing and the council actual vote. There's also after that an appeal period, and that appeal means council's decision can be reviewed and an application can be made to the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board by either an applicant, which an applicant would be the Shells, or an aggrieved person, like a neighbor who felt that council did not follow the proper procedures, council did not make constant consideration of fairness and equity. Council did not review the requirements in the land use bylaw when making their decision, those sorts of things. May I answer the question about cost?
The what question?
Cost?
Cost, sure.
Sure. There is no charge that the municipality has ever applied to for a person to make an application to amend the land use bylaw. All the council has in every document is a charge for advertising. Okay? So what that essentially meant is that any advertising that's been gone to go so far, that the applicant pays for. If council rejects the application, there is no charge to start the application. There's just the charge for the advertisement. One of the salient factors in it, by the way, when we went through COVID, if you recall, is the cost of that advertising was skyrocketed because all the local papers were shut down. And what it talks about in the Municipal Government Act, it must be advertised in a local or in a newspaper that circulates through the municipality. At that time, it would have been a newspaper. It doesn't say newsletters. It doesn't allow for web advertising. Those do not meet the criteria. It says a newspaper, which would have been the local newspaper or the Chronicle Herald. Chronicle Herald costs were something like 10%. No, that's not right. 10 times the amount of the local advertisement cost. Thank you.
Well, I will say that I pick up Councillor Redden's point that there is now a local newspaper that circulates in the area. It's back up. But that doesn't mean we can't advertise in other places. It just means we have to advertise in the newspaper, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pardon? Anything else? Like we put it on the calendar, on council calendar's web, or council's calendar that shows up on our website. That's great stuff, but it's extra. It does not meet the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. It must be only a newspaper.
Well, not only a newspaper. It has to go in a newspaper, agreed, but we can also put it in, like in Bridgetown, the Reader is what most people look at in Bridgetown. This is a Bridgetown matter.
Yep.
I would think we would pay a few extra. It wouldn't be very expensive to put something in the Reader to advertise it, I would think. Councillor Connell?
Anytime a public hearing on a situation in a district has always been held in that district.
Right.
To have a meeting in Cornwallis Park, you're not gonna, it's very unfair for people to have to travel from Bridgetown down here. It'll lessen the amount. If it's a zoning issue in Bridgetown, the meeting should be in the Bridgetown area.
I completely agree. Who can help me out? The room in Bridgetown Fire Hall, is it 2/3 the size of this room? Can somebody help me out?
Yes.
About right?
Yes.
At least.
Where was it?
Legion.
The Legion might be bigger, but I don't know.
The Legion's
bigger.
Legion,
Quite a bit bigger, yeah.
Legion be bigger?
It's twice the size of this, I would say.
Probably 3 times.
Yeah. So it sounds like we could get a place. We still run into the problem if too many people come.
Yeah.
But sitting here today and listening to the comments from staff and others, I don't know what other possibility is coming up. Councillor Bartow?
The current requirements of COVID, he said, like, I've heard the number 50, bad rent, but is that in general, no matter what size the venue is?
Our understanding, that's what the state of an emergency says now. And I don't know if they can adjust the state of an emergency, if we could ask them to adjust it and maybe make a change as long as we could meet certain standards. But we would have to request that. I think right now the standard's 50. I would also add, you just have to meet the minimum requirement of advertising. You can do more, that's council decision. But does that cost go to the person making the application? Because we state that they have to pay for the advertising. So keep that in mind, I guess.
Councillor Sheridan?
I was under the impression that it was 100 people, and that was only because of the bingo that got shut down because they were over 100 people. So maybe we want to look into that because they were allowed to.
Yeah, sure. We look at the restriction, and we know that there will be a limit, and whatever we have is at that community meeting, as long as we don't exceed it, we're good to go.
That was my impression, was that they were allowed 100 and they were just over that limit. I could be wrong, but maybe we're looking into it.
Sure.
If it's 100, I believe we'd be covered.
Yeah.
For sure.
Councillor Hudson?
Just as a suggestion for a venue, Waterford High School.
They won't let you in, Dave. Schools aren't allowed to let outsiders in for public meetings right now.
Okay, so I just, it had been used before.
Yeah.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. The Cornwallis Community Gardens, and Cornwallis Park Community Association, and 2 other groups are holding a Christmas tree lighting on the evening of Friday, the 18th of December. And the chair of the Cornwallis Park Community Association wrote to Dr. Strang and said, here's where we're going to have it, here's what we're thinking, et cetera, and receive the reply back almost immediately. I was surprised how quickly that office replied. And maybe this is one of these things, when we settle, we can say we're going to hold it at the Legion, et cetera, whatever. Make sure we're covered.
So my sense is that there's a possibility in a large, perhaps in the Legion, if it's the biggest building in Bridgetown, people would still have to be 6 feet apart, they'd have to be masked, and there's a limit of either 50 or 100, we don't know yet today. And if more than the limit came, we'd have to cancel the meeting, I guess. Is that where we are? Mr. Dunphy, do you think that's where we are?
Yes, and I firmly believe it's 50.
You think it's 50?
Yeah, because I don't want to say to profess it, but this is the orders that come out. There may be exemptions for other things, but there is no exemption. And what it talks about, there's a very specific section that talks about municipalities, and it allows for exemptions beyond that 50, but only in certain circumstances. And none of the ones that we're talking about fall under those exemptions. It talks about you're allowed to exempt it if a couple of guys work together repairing a road. They're allowed to be closer than 6 feet. But it does not allow for public hearings or public meetings to exceed 50.
So, Mr. Dunphy, if we had held a public meeting, there'd be 11 councillors and how many staff?
One, two, three, maybe 4 more staff.
So we'd be 15 people. So if it's 50 and we could space them 6 feet apart, there could be 35 people there and we'd meet the guidelines?
Right. Good. I just draw your attention to the one fact that when we held a PAC meeting back March 17th, I'm just going to go by memory here, and I'm not going to ask the clerk to recall because she'd have pull up minutes, but I believe the count was well over 30 at that meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'll entertain a motion. It's been a very good discussion. I'll entertain a motion as to where we go from here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe just a staff report in writing so we can think about it for the next meeting. I don't know where to go. I'm Councillor Connell.
My concern is that I know that there's 5 councillors that were never councillors before, and zoning is an issue that sometimes there's no winner. And I'll tell you why, is because the Brooklyn Road going to Petrican has residential properties on it, but it's zoned commercial. We have a chicken farm building a building right in behind 2 residents, and they had no choice because it was already zoned.
When they bought it, they knew it was zoned commercial?
They knew it was bought when it was, well, I can't even say that because those houses have been there long before that road was ever zoned commercial. They were allowed to be there as
Grandfather, yeah.
But if new councils don't understand the effects of zoning, we could be stepping into a situation that the people in Brooklyn Street are facing right now. One person's already sold their house, sold it cheap, sold it within 2 days.
And it's the probably the purest quasi-judicial role that council will play, where you're a tribunal and you're bound by even the federal legislation on a tribunal. So it's your court, basically. And you have to treat it that way. That's why we sometimes say to councilors, you may get people contacting you from either side of the position, and you don't have control over that because people will want to contact you. But you have to, in your position, keep an open mind the entire time so that someone doesn't, suggest that a councilor was biased or something and create an appeal process. And that's why we often say to councilors, and we often say to council, don't go out to a citizen group because your role here may end up being quasi-judicial at some point in time. And so you have to be mindful of that particular role that you'll play as a council.
Councillor Sheridan?
So regarding the timing, we have to give them 120 days notice in the paper, so that brings us down.
No, I think it was, I think it was, we had to put the notice in the paper within 120 days of the
initial application.
Oh,
You have to keep-
I was questioning that. I said,
Yeah.
Just to add clarity on that one, the way it says, when you accept an application, when council first receives an application, you have your first council meeting and say, I'm either going to say yes, or I'm going to say I'll consider it for processing. What it says to make sure that these things don't drag out, the Municipal Government Act states to a council that when you first accepted it, by the time comes around, 120 days, you must put the ad in the newspaper of the public hearing, because that's your intention to go ahead. If a council were to accept an application and say, oh, I'll consider it, and let it sit there for 6 months, after that period of council inaction, it's deemed refused. I will mention as well, as I said previously, the minister or the director has an opportunity to review certain planning documents that council may want to change, and the minister is bound to requirements that say that he must approve by a certain date, or it's deemed approved. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff there.
Thank you.
Well, I brought this to council's attention because I was contacted by Ms. Shell, and she wanted to know what was happening to the public meeting, and so here we are. Councilor Bartow?
The requirements to, don't mind if I turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
To advertise for that public hearing. You said we met that deadline, but apparently the public hearing did not transpire. It must have been canceled because of COVID. Why didn't it continue?
It could not be held
It could not be because of COVID. So we're in a unique situation that's thrown out there that's not covered by any regulations because nobody expected COVID. So how does that, where it was advertised but it didn't transpire, COVID or not, reapplying again, it extends that application date. Well, I'm not sure how that all works, so maybe it has to be a reapplication. I don't know.
If I may,
Yeah.
a reapplication essentially would say that council would deem it refused. To deem it refused is the appropriate, in my mind, the appropriate part, because as I said, 190 of the Municipal Government Act is very clear when they start using words like to establish a consultative process to ensure the right of the public to have access to information and participate in the formulation, and the right to be notified and heard before decisions are made. And the next one is to provide a fair, reasonable, and efficient administration of the part. What I had simply just said is that it's been my opinion, and solely my opinion, is that there's a number of councillors who have never been exposed to that plan, do not know the process, and in fairness, that should be rectified. And I believe the best way to do it is to reject the application and ask her to start over again.
So if the application is rejected, they can apply right away the next day. It's not a decision for which they have to appeal, for example.
That is correct.
They can apply right the next day with a new application.
Yes.
Sure.
But then they would have to start that whole process.
Exactly.
Go through it all over again? The steps that's already taken part.
Yes.
With the Planning Advisory Committee and the Area Advisory Committees.
Right. And they should, and that was my contention, they should, because a decision of an amendment to a land use bylaw, you have to understand the policies of council that are written in that document that says, how is this impact on the community? If a councillor is not familiar with the land use bylaw, if a councillor is not familiar, and I'll use even the word council, is not familiar in a whole with the document, with the location and those kinds of things, you set yourself open for a major appeal.
All that background information would have been before the Planning Advisory Committee when it went through at the old council, right?
That, to put it the simplest way, all of the document that was there was done, and it was, if those councillors, I speak to those councillors who were there, if you recall, every meeting, the applicant added more information or had slight changes to the information. So it was a revolving amount of information. I can only tell you that the last reiteration at the PAC I have.
Okay. Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. Would we be able to request all of that information so that we might be able to become better aware of all of it, including the land, like you said, with consideration to the land rezoning? I would really see that, denying this and then having them reapply and having to go through all the hoops that they've already gone through. We're now as open, as we're going to be. I know cases are, coming in every day with COVID, but it really does put it on hold again and again. And I think that they've done the footwork they needed to do. And I think out of fairness, I think we should at least be able to review the information and become aware that way and let them proceed.
Anyone else that hasn't spoken on this, really? Councillor Morrison, I don't think you've spoken.
I'd be very careful about giving prior information. It's not secretive, but if the request is refused, and if the applicant starts again, that's the basis from which we all start, aided by this encyclopedia here, who will help us through the process. I wouldn't want, in the new process, I don't want it personally, I don't want the previous documentation. One reason, I don't think it's right. Second, I don't think it's fair. And third, Albert has made reference to the changes which, as much as I can remember, were coming constantly. And so if this starts again, it starts again.
Let's see, who hasn't? Councillor LeBlanc, I don't know if you've spoken on this topic yet.
No, I haven't. The thing is, the zoning part is a thing by itself, and what can it turn into after the fact if it's not done properly? And even after that, if you change the zoning, then that stays with the property and it goes on. And I think it's what Councillor Connell has said. It's moving parts that people need, and it's difficult on a good day because they can be in a trap that nobody knows what the trap is before all the components are put down. And it's true that the applicant, every time something came up, there was an added feature or something's changed. So if we were to restart, it wouldn't be that bad. And at the same time, I understand that she probably is frustrated, or they are frustrated. But it would put all of this council of the information from the start, and our Mr. Duffy is given his recommendation that I think was quite clear, because he feels that it should be a beginning again because of the number of new councillors that should get extra information as we're mulling it through for the first time. With his help, which is needed. Because he has, as Morrison said, the encyclopedia of it. So that's a comment. That's my comment. on the issue.
I saw some other hands up. I'm trying to find people that haven't spoken too much on this. Councillor Proud, I don't think you've spoken, have you?
Not on this issue. No, thank you. I'm wondering too, and this is just, again, a thought, if it were to restart, would it be true that the Bridgetown Area Committee could meet with them as the process restarted? Surely that's not going to be over 20 people, 20 at all. If they could meet within, the distancing and mask and move it along. It could then, depending on their recommendation, go to the PAC, and we could reconfirm, if that was the decision of council, to move it. And then, at least we would all be perhaps singing from the same hymn book or on the same page, whatever analogy you want to use. And again, not go over the limit for a meeting, which would, I hate to use the word bias in time, but would move it along for a second time. And perhaps when it got to the point where you need a public meeting, it might be possible or more possible to hold one. Just a thought. I don't know if that's...
I'm just looking at Rose down there. It's lunchtime.
Could I just say something?
Sure.
So if, let's say, for example, this council received the recommendation from PAC to continue with the process. It doesn't mean they're making a decision. They're just saying they want the public hearing to process. Every member of council has to go through those hearing processes. If you miss one, you cannot continue on. So if you're a councilor and you miss one of the hearings, you can't sit in on it. So from the public's perspective, on this issue, they saw 11 people around the table that heard the evolving information over a period of time, and now you come back and you have 6 new council members, and whatever decision you make, in this one here, it's going to be a hot topic. Either side is not going to be happy, and this is where trying to balance things in a community comes into play, but the optics of 6 new people, for the people that may lose the decision, could really fly back politically. And so I just want, there's a process, there's laws, and then there's politics. And think of the optics of that, that's all. And could somebody really pound the table on that issue?
So you're saying somebody might raise the issue that 6 of us...
You're all new and you haven't been here.
We haven't been part of the... So we shouldn't be part of the vote. That should be just the 5.
Now the Municipal Government Act allows for the change in an election. But if there was no election and you were hearing it and you missed it, you cannot participate.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, yeah. Okay, I want to try and wrap this up, and Councillor Bartow recognize, pardon me?
You're ignoring me for some reason?
Yeah, no, I was just about to recognize you.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to wrap this up, and I'm going to recognize you. And I've seen Councillor Redden. And so Councillor Bartow and then Councillor Redden, and we'll try and bring this to a close.
Thank you. I understand the council's need for getting up to speed. We've gone over that, but that's not one of my questions. I guess I'm wondering how legal, you say we can refuse it, but how legal is it to refuse that where it's gone through the process and it's up to public hearing stage and everything? How do we get out of it I think refusing it might be a little tricky. The process was interrupted by COVID, incomplete, not by anything done by the applicant. What would we use for cause? I'm just a little uncomfortable just with the direction we're going and how we resolve this thing. And I think there's other considerations to be taken into effect.
So if I may answer that word. Councillor Bartow, it's a great question because, how can I phrase this? What's the remedy? So for example, if you say it's over, and let's say they want to appeal that it's over, well, the remedy is they get to have it start again. So if you reject it, they're allowed to put an application in the next day. So the remedy is flawless, I would say. Would that be a right way to say it? In the sense that the person applying can still start over again. The question is that they now have to pay for advertising. And if council wanted to, I think council can forgive that. Is that possible, Albert? If council wanted to forgive the cost of the advertising in a new app, if they went through the process because of COVID, they're incurring further expense. Can council make a decision on that?
Council?
Sure we can. Sure we can.
I don't know the answer.
I think it's possible. Let's check it out.
Yeah.
But that would be, it would be a good gesture because it's not the person who made the application's fault that COVID hit, right? So I think in the circumstances, let's see what council has the authority to do there. And I think you may be able to do that. We can check into it.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I would be certain that we could forgive the cost of the advertising and pay it ourselves if we wanted to. Okay, last
my question.
Yeah, last comment, Councillor Redden.
The last piece of the MGA that Mr. Dunphy read there, was kind of really swayed me a lot in how it spoke to the equity of the process and how it's been drawn out for a long time, and that in itself is sort of a deterrent for being able to keep track of all this information, both for them, both for us, and for the public at large. You know, if I'm trying to remember something that's a year and a half ago, and I've got a pretty good memory, I don't know when it was or what it was, and I certainly don't remember many of the details, not without going back and checking notes and things like that. So I think simply for the equity point, it should probably be rejected and then encouraged to reapply.
So I don't know if there's a motion on the floor. Would someone like to make a motion?
Should we do that?
Councillor Redden, do you want to make a motion?
I'll make that motion, yeah. I would like to make a motion that we reject the Shell zoning matter for no other reason than the long delay that has been caused by COVID.
Can we do that here, or is that good council?
So we recommend to council again.
If you could just hold on a sec. I think that it's important that the rejection be handled carefully because we want them to be able to reapply. And so I would ask for direction from Mr. Dunphy if we're going to reject it. I think I'd like to see the motion say with an invitation to reapply, so that there's no doubt. But could you help us out legally if we?
Simple way to answer it is, at a committee of the whole, you would be making a recommendation to council.
Right.
That council reject the application for the reasons specified.
What's the reason?
The reason was what the councillor just mentioned.
Okay.
As one reason. The basic part about reapplying, that's, for lack of a better word, a God-given right enshrined in the Municipal Government Act. It does not need to be stated because it's absolute there.
Well, my feeling is I'd like to state it just so there's no, because that's clearly the feeling around the table, and I don't want to make a mistake.
Yep. And Mr. Warden, may I mention, I know CEO wants to say something, but you can absolutely put it in a letter to the Shells as well.
Because your point's very important. Do they have to convene as a public hearing to make the decision?
In a case like this, I do not believe so.
Okay.
Because a public hearing would be an assumption that you're going to carry on to the next process, whereas, as I said, during the way council deals with it, council has the final say on it, so council can decide that too much time has passed, they're not holding a public hearing, and they're rejecting it. Okay. That still is an authority for council.
Can we just, could you just tell us where we are on the motion now?
We have a mover, Councillor Redden, moved to recommend that municipal council reject the Shell zoning application due to long delays made by COVID-19. His motion didn't have with an invitation to reapply, so I don't know if that is...
Point of order.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody has seconded my motion yet, so we
Yeah.
can't amend it yet. And I'd like to make a clarification of my point.
Yeah, so perhaps somebody could second the motion, just for the record, Councillor Hudson. Go ahead.
So to clarify my words, I picked for COVID-19 rather than to re-invite them is because encouraging them to reapply may be perceived as bias if our favor for it rather than our negative for it.
I'm just afraid of making it a mistake that by being a lawyer, I'm always afraid that if you terminate something that, there's another process, there's a right of appeal, and I don't know the answer. That's just my normal cautiousness.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my caution in the opposite direction.
Not that it would probably make any difference if we said if there's an invitation to reapply, because the law's the law. But anyway, we have a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded. We've had a long discussion.
Who seconded it? Sorry.
Councillor Hudson.
So it ends at due to long delays made by COVID-19?
Yes.
I guess that's where we are, yeah. We're going to refuse it, and clearly the intention is that we're going to start the process again, and there was a discussion about, we wouldn't make them incur further costs, but that's for another day. Seems like that's the purpose of the motion. So unless there's further discussion, which I will, because we've just had the motion on the floor, I will invite, but it's been a long discussion. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, I'll call, go ahead.
If I might be so bold as to suggest words in your mouth. The current application covers the point I believe that you were making if you say you're rejecting the current application, and that a letter explaining the ability to reapply is not showing favoritism to one side or the other.
Thank you very much.
So would someone like to make that amendment to the motion? Councillor Sheridan, would you verbalize it, please?
Yeah. Dawn did an excellent job on verbalizing that. I believe she was suggesting that we add a letter to go to the Shells explaining they are able to reapply. And there's another one.
Yeah, the other was that it's only the current application that's rejected.
I think your amendment would just be to add current application.
Okay.
You don't have to explain about the whole letter.
Okay.
So it's the current application.
Thank you.
So I'll call for a vote on the amendment that the motion just refer to the current application.
I'll second that.
Sorry?
Was the second?
Oh, yeah, was there a seconder for that motion, Councillor LeBlanc? All those in favor of the amendment to add the word current, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion's carried. Okay. There was one
against.
One opposed. Can you read the motion then, and we'll have a vote on it?
Was moved by Councillor Redden, seconded by Councillor Hudson, to recommend that municipal council reject the current zoning application, shell zoning application due to long delays made by COVID-19.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? One opposed. Thank you very much. That was a good discussion to have, I think. And we'll break for lunch. And again, because of our long agenda, we'll call to order as soon as people are finished lunch. We'll reconvene. I'm told we're going to have a short coffee break at 2 o'clock. It's now 5 after 1. We'll go till 4. Hopefully we'll finish by 4. So we'll keep moving. The next item on the agenda is number 4FF, correspondence from the CAO to Councillor Bartow rehiring waste personnel. And the first page of that is found at page 108 of 161 in our package. So would either Mr. Bartow or the Councillor Bartow or the CAO like to?
Well, maybe I can start off. Purpose originally was because there was an ad for hiring, and I don't think that the current council is up to speed enough and the project is in a position where it's, couldn't change direction. I was concerned that we don't any more capital money into that project until we're all comfortable where we're going with it. And that was kind of what precipitated my original point of that correspondence. CAO was sent back a lengthy email showing me that hiring wasn't going to happen until January anyway, but that gives us the room to breathe to talk about it a little bit. But I think, I'm not sure if I can add to it or not, but I'd just like to talk maybe any additional expenditures on that property at this point should be prepared.
We're going to, I'll hear from the CAO and then invite you to make a motion if you want to, but perhaps the CAO could respond.
It's a process that was embarked upon with the previous councils and directions stemming from that, so we're just carrying on with that aspect. When we first started up the transfer facility, it was to get it operating to eliminate severe costs. So there was a lot of pressure to get it rolling. So we had advertised for positions the year previous, and individuals had applied. They were still considered candidates, acceptable candidates. We didn't move to hire permanent. We hired temporary to get it rolling in order to get the transfer facility up and running. Because the extra costs from, for example, if you drove from the residential garbage pickup from someone's home, you filled a truck and you had to drive it to the end destination, such as previously it used to be Chester. If you went that distance, you're spending approximately $4,500 more a day for that service. So the transfer facility was imminent. We were locked out of the Western Trans facility. And by the way, there was no authority to lock us out, but they did anyway. And so these are all things that have escalated our damages in this process. And so building the transfer facility was absolutely an economic decision in order to reduce costs, because it would add about an additional $700,000 a year, or approximately that. And that's basically what it costs to build the transfer building. The existing site was an existing C&D site operating for 7 years prior to us purchasing it. And so from an approval perspective, it had already had Department of Environment involved with the site for a number of years. And so through the approval process, that was, the first approval occurred in May 2019. And we had permission from Mr. Rice to move on with the project. He's still in control and ownership of the site. And then when we transferred the site to us, we were transferring his permit, which also got approved in January of 2020. But we also have an agreement with Mr. Rice that he's in control of the site under his permit, and but we're providing our staff to operate it. And the entire thing is meant to save a significant amount of money. So that's why we're moving forward. It's critical, if people have an opportunity to see how the transfer occurs in a day up at the transfer facilities, it's really interesting to watch. And the two gentlemen that are working there do a tremendous job. And even the reports that we're getting from EFR, they're saying it's smooth and it's working well. And so we've weathered the storm from the damages that were imposed upon us by Valley Waste and the 6 other municipalities. And that's why we're where we are, and that's why I was instructed to move forward. If council is backing that up, we really, suggest the council should get the full information on what's going on here, and you'll get a complete understanding of why Annapolis County is very solid on their legal ground, very solid in how they've carried out their approach with this entire process of being sued by the other parties, and the damages that that's created. So we're very solid on that area, very important that we move forward because of the damages that can be inflicted if we do not.
I guess I'm concerned that the current council get up to speed on this and be on board. And
I completely agree.
I campaigned on part of my literature when I was campaigning to be elected, and a lot of people went by that. And here I am, was waste management. So I'm very concerned that we don't jump too far ahead of ourselves, get the cart ahead of the horse. I think that if everything is happening now, waste is getting dealt with, I don't think there's a need to rush into extra spending at this point, be it permanent staff or buying excavators or whatever, that is not required to operate that transfer station at this point. I think that we need to take a little breather. Council, maybe we should have a workshop on it to discuss, where we are, how we got here, what the go forward is, so that we have a comfort level to proceed. And having said that, I would make a motion that we, maybe suspend any extra purchasing or any monies that would affect the go forward over and above what is being spent now to maintain the operation of that facility until council has a chance to review the situation in total.
Can
I ask for clarification?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Is that too lengthy, Carol?
Yeah, a little bit. Everyone's quiet for a minute. I might step
Your original on the docket here was about hiring. Are you including hiring in that?
Yes, hiring, I should have that word in there, I guess, but that is part of any future longevity of that current
Transfer site.
the current setup. So I think before we do anything more permanent or any more additions to that, I think that was my opinion.
You're not asking for operations to stop?
No.
Let me just try and get the motion.
Can I tell you what I captured, and then
Yes.
maybe Councilor Bardo can continue
You're pretty good
in
at that.
exactly the same wording that he said it the first time. Good luck.
Like Councilor,
To suspend any monies that would affect the go forward over and above what is required to maintain the facility until council reviews
to maintain the required operations for waste management. Yeah.
And no more hiring.
And no hiring, no purchase of equipment, nothing that is over and above what is required to operate it as
Until
it exists.
And I think the clerk was asking until council has.
Council has a chance to review that and get up to speed on project in total.
until you have maybe a workshop on it?
Yeah, I did mention that, didn't I? Thank you.
So we'll just hold it for a second. I'll ask the clerk again to read that back and then ask for a seconder, okay?
We'll give her a chance to analyze.
To suspend any monies that would affect the go forward over and above, I think we can just say over and above what is required to maintain required operations, including hiring at the transfer facility, until council has a workshop on the transfer facility?
Including hiring and additional purchases. I guess I'm thinking, is it fair to bring up
The way that's worded, it may shut us down.
Well,
let's just hold it, please, let's slow down here. We're just slowing down, that's all, okay? I'm going to hear you, just slow down, please. So the clerk is still making another change to the motion, I believe.
Yeah. We want to make sure that the motion is proper and
I just want to have her read the motion. I'm going to ask for a seconder. We're just going to slow down and then we'll ask for discussion.
Yeah,
So
we'll get my
can
motion
you
ready first.
see what we have now?
Am I allowed to add a word in there? Or I'll just read it as I have it. To suspend any monies that would affect the go forward over and above what is required to maintain required operations, including hiring and additional purchases at the facility until council has a workshop on it.
Does that capture what you were saying?
Pretty much, but just to be fair, additional purchases, well, if they need gloves and if they need whatever, like I'm not intending.
Yeah, I
it's
think-
just anything outside of.
You're saying
Equipment.
Capital.
Yeah, just like capital, yeah. Capital spending.
Capital monies?
I think that would cover it a little more.
So it's okay to spend operating funds?
So do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Longmire.
Then we can
I
amend
mean,
it.
we're going to have to massage that out.
All right, discussion on the motion. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the clerk could indicate where the commas are in that motion.
After operations.
Could you read it and give us the word, please?
Was moved by Councillor Bardo, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to suspend any monies that would affect the go forward over and above what is required to maintain required operations, comma, including hiring and capital expenditures at the transfer facility until council has a workshop on it.
So you only have one comma there.
I only have one, yes. Did one leave and is it missing?
I think a comma missing. I've spoken before about what's known as the Rogers comma. And if folks would want to look it up, it involves the Rogers Communication Company and what happened with the comma that was originally there. I think as it's now worded, it can be interpreted at least two ways. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Connell?
Yes, because initially we were told that the C&D site would be running to bring in $90,000 a year, and I believe the C&D site isn't running at all. So there's a loss of income that was told that was supposed to be coming in. I'm also 100% behind stopping all spending until we decide. I also ran on that concern, and again, majority of people in District 2 wanted us to go and see if we could settle the differences, and we decided we could go back to work with valid waste. I think talking to different people in Kings County and stuff, I think they were hoping that we could. So I think there's lots of up in the air things, and I'd just like to remind that it is a decision of council on what direction we go. So there's still faults in the system. We're being told that everything's running smooth, but I've been told otherwise. So I think there's work to be done, even if we have to continue and we decide to continue the site that we have. There's still questions that are unanswered. There's still things that aren't being done that could be done. So I'm 100% behind that. But I would like to have a chance to, Don behind us said, what, if we spend capital, can we still spend the budget? But there's a lot of money put into the budget that shouldn't be spent until we have the opportunity to make sure that's the direction we're going.
Do you think that's not captured in the motion?
I think only listing hiring and capital still gives the opportunity, because when a budget is passed, staff has the right to spend the money in that budget. And that's where the problem is that it comes back to, is that all of a sudden things are done and we're saying, where did the money come from? Oh, it was in the budget.
So would you like to amend the motion?
I would think that I would like to amend the motion that only money to continue the operation side of it be allowed.
Is there a seconder to that amendment?
Well, I can.
Councillor Longmire seconds the amendment. Discussion on the amendment.
Is the motion to amend the motion by adding or reducing it to only continued operations?
Yeah, I would say that continue operations.
So you want to remove?
All monies was captured, but then when we put in all monies, hiring and capital, it still leaves the budget wide open to spend.
So are you removing hiring and capital expenditures and just replacing it with A lot.
I think she wants to say capital and, no more hiring, capital or operational expenditures other than to keep it rolling.
And so I need someone to say that in a sentence so I can capture it from what is stated, please.
Councillor Connell, do you want to,
Because
your
I
amendment?
can't, I'm not inverting.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yes, just to simplify that, could we not just say that that capital expenditures would be stopped until we have this workshop?
Well, I think Councillor Connell is saying
I know there's more to it.
operational as well, other than just keeping it going, is what he's saying.
I'm just trying to,
But let's try and figure out what the amendment is first on the floor before we keep going into,
So Clyde had entered the fact is that no hiring, no capital expenditures. I think that it should also be added that any extra money that's in the operating budget not be spent only on the operation of the existing, what is existing today.
So you want to add that only continued operations as budgeted? No.
Only use monies out of the current budget as required for
I think Councillor Connell
management of
has to
waste.
deal with this.
Yeah.
I think Councillor Connell has to deal with this.
You're in the middle of the motion, or is it?
Well, we're trying to figure out what his motion is.
I think we're talking to the motion.
Well, no, we're not. We haven't got a seconder for the amendment yet. Or maybe we do, but we're not clear on what the amendment is to the motion.
I think that, okay, so addition to the motion would be only to continue the cost of operation of the sorting plant as it operates today.
Did you get that?
So only to end, so we're adding this to
Yeah, it'll be an addition, yeah.
to only continue the cost of operations.
As it is current.
Of the sorting plant as it operates today.
Currently.
Okay.
Did that
I think that's got it. Was there a seconder to the amendment?
Well, I can second.
I think Councillor Longmire. So the discussion on the amendment, which I basically see as adding no more operational expenditures other than necessary to keep the plant going. Any discussion, Councillor Longmire?
And I still, thank you, I still would like to go back and ask the question around the approval, because I'm under the understanding that we did not have an approval. And as well, if without...
For the waste transfer station?
With the waste transfer. And then, if that is so, then the liability question again arises, because we have workers up there working that, if injured, would come back to have a huge impact on us. And speaking to the motion, asking to do a workshop, if we don't have all of the documentation around our contracts, agreements, even with Mr. Rice, the deeds on the land. We know that the west side, I've had a grave concern brought to me by a citizen that that land was not purchased and has been altered. And so there are several other questions around that waste transfer. Thank you.
Any other comments on the amendment to the motion? Councillor Morrison.
I want to thank Councillor Longmire for the remarks she just made, because it indicates the intellectual ignorance of all of us around the table. It indicates that there are matters not known, and it's hard to make decisions if we all don't know everything. And that's why I think her comments were particularly germane to the overall subject, although they have nothing to do with the motion. And I can't stress enough, I've suggested workshops for the last month. Councillor Bartow did today. And the part that's really important to me is the having of a workshop. Thank you.
Any other comments on the amendment to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the, sorry.
There are items in the operational budget that are contractually related. And depending on the time of year, that may frustrate a contract. The way the motion is written for the operational budget.
Any other comments with respect to the amendment to the motion?
Could we hear it again, please?
The amendment?
Yes, please.
It was moved by Councillor Connell, seconded by Councillor Longmire to amend the motion to add to only continue cost of operations of the sorting plant as it operates today.
I'll say, I will call for the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor LeBlanc, you want to say something?
If I may, if it's written like that and something occurs as the CAO is suggesting, then what happens?
Well, I'm sure he could always bring something back if it was urgent.
So it wouldn't, so therefore it's...
Is that in the motion as well? Because if that's the case, I'll do that.
Okay, so we should add that next piece to it? That
well,
unless
would not excuse me, would not an emergency not covered by operations?
Councillor Redden had his hand up, and I think I'd like to try and... sorry, are you finished, Councillor LeBlanc? Okay, please go ahead.
Could it not include the fact that if any unforeseen circumstances arises so that the CAO can bring it to council or something like that? Because it does kind of, it doesn't seem to complete the fact that if something arises, that it only says that we have to stop everything, so.
Some of the long-term commitments in the operational budget have been approved by the minister, and they have legal effect.
So are you making an amendment to the amendment?
Well, can I do an amendment to an amendment?
I imagine. I think so.
I believe one, two.
I mean,
I think you can make an amendment to the amendment,
You
yeah.
can amend an amendment, but you can't amend an amendment.
Yes, I think we can go two. I don't think
And you can go out one more level.
One more? So, to be politically correct, how would I add the amendment to include the fact that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, the CAO is to report so that we can deal with the...
You can bring it to council. I think you've got it.
What about foreseen?
Or foreseen?
Oh, well...
You've been running long enough to see.
Exactly.
This is just stretching it out. We want the money stopped.
Well, this is
Until
true,
we
I
get-
see that, but at the same time,
This
a
council's
certain
always been
part,
open for someone
when
to
I'm
come to
talking
council.
here, is the fact that something might come up, or something is already in motion, and then if we stop the monies, then does it stop the operation of garbage being picked up to our residents or not? That's the concern to the residents as well, to continue a flow of garbage pickup.
So I need to keep this on the straight and narrow. So is there an amendment to the amendment?
Chairman, may I ask the clerk, Mr. Warden, if she has picked up?
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc did state that she was trying to make an amendment, to amend the amendment to include that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, that the CAO can bring it to council.
Okay, is there a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Prout seconds the amendment. The amendment to the amendment. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Councillor Redden.
I guess, does the CAO have specific concerns about what may not be covered by our motion? As in, we're not removing snow today, so that snow removal wouldn't be covered in January? Or is it more of a general matter that he can just see?
Contractual obligations that are being paid for out of the operational budget aren't for the day-to-day operations.
What are they? What are the contractual obligations?
We have a long-term commitment on the purchase of the property from Rice to pay, I forget the exact amount, but I think it's $500,000 over 7 years.
Yeah, $75,000 a year.
And they donated one property that was assessed at $200,000, and they donated another property that was assessed at $50,000. That was the arrangement made. But the long-term commitments had to be approved by the minister, and there's a legal effect and it's in the budget. And the term contracts for people that are certified to operate that will end in January, and you will not be able to operate. So a very serious motion you're considering. If you want it, I'm fine, but it's very serious.
Okay, a discussion on the amendment to the amendment, which basically allows the CAO to come back if there's something that comes up. Councillor Connell, did you have your hand up?
And I think that allows anything like that to be brought back to council. We're not denying anything that has to come back to council.
Yeah.
We're just denying the fact is that we'd like the spending to be stopped on the facility until we have a solid go-forward decision by this council.
Councillor Barteau, did you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, just going back a few steps to clarify what the original motion was to maintain operations. Now, if you're saying the contract, the temporary higher positions are due to terminate at a certain time, which we weren't aware of.
Excuse me, you'll get a chance to speak to the motion if you're talking about the hiring.
I'm getting to it.
Okay. You
have to have background.
No, but right now we're on the amendment to the amendment.
You're trying to curtail what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
It was brought up as in the amendment motion that it's subject of staff, and it might end in January, and that's what I'm getting to, and that's part of the ongoing of it. There shouldn't be any problem in extending those contracts without making them a permanent deal at this point.
Based on the resolution that you were making, I wouldn't be able to do that. So that's why I want to be clear in what you're directing me to do.
Wouldn't that be part?
Your motion was clear. It said you could operate.
Yeah.
The second part saying just for the day-to-day transferring of the material will not see that operate past January.
But
that's my concern.
The additions to the motion can't negate the original motion. And so if I'm saying to maintain the operations of the waste transfer until we have a chance to have a workshop, that still should be in place. And that includes that, right? Am I wrong?
No, staffing definitely needs to be a part of it, no question.
Yeah, so that shouldn't be this.
Again, to bring us back to where we are, the amendment to the amendment is along the lines of if something unforeseen comes up, the CAO can bring it back to council. I think I'd like to have at least a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Did you wish to speak to it?
No, I was just...
I think that was what I'm saying.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, I say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. So now we'll talk about the amendment to the motion. The amendment to the motion, perhaps Madam Clerk, you could read it.
The amended amendment.
Yeah, the amended amendment, correct.
Let me get back to the... Was moved by Councillor Connell, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to amend the motion to add to only continue the cost of operations of the sorting plant as it operates today, and that, and that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, that the CAO can bring it to council.
Okay, can we have are we ready to vote on the amendment to the motion?
The amended amendment.
the amended amendment to the motion. All those in favor of the amended amendment to the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, is there discussion on the amended motion?
Could we hear it, please?
Councillor Morrison would like the amended motion to be read.
It was moved by Councillor Bartow, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to suspend any monies that would affect the go-forward over and above what is required to maintain required operations, including hiring and capital expenditures at the transfer facility until council has a workshop on it, and to only continue the cost of operations of the sorting plant as it operates today, and that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, that the CAO can bring it to council.
Are we ready to vote on the motion as amended If so, I don't see any hands up, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. One opposed. Okay. Next is 4GG, Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition request for funding. And this is a letter on page 111 of 161 of your package.
Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition has...
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
The Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition,
Yeah.
who wrote the letter for the funding request, has withdrawn the request.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So then now we're on to additions that were made at the Tuesday Committee of the Whole meeting. The first one under number HH is the 2021 tax sale procedure, and I think that was brought forward by staff. Would someone at staff like to speak to that?
Which one are you talking about?
The tax sale
Oh,
procedure.
yes, sorry, it's not. It's a bit complicated because of COVID-19, and based on the last tax sale that we had, I think we had 204 people at the tax sale. So it won't meet any of the requirements. One of the things that there's all these timelines for advertising, as Albert suggested, they have to go through planning. The same thing has to go through for the tax sale. So we're wondering if council wants us to do a tendering process, and then what would be the limitations on the tendering process. So for example, in some cases, there's some odd properties that are up for tax sale. One is really just a driveway leading to 3 homes, and it's in the name of somebody that doesn't exist anymore. And if it goes up for tax sale, how does it affect those 3 properties? So there's some convoluted problems, and council might have to give some direction on what would be the minimum price that we would accept, meaning could it be below the tax value, or should it be above, or should it be just the tax value? You can make those decisions.
What do you mean by tax value?
So the taxes that are owed on the property, and any other costs. So every time a property goes up for tax sale, the legal work has to occur on it every year. So if it doesn't sell, then it has to go back and again, and it just escalates the costs. So our policy is tax sales occur every 2 years, but the legislation allows us to make it shorter. The policy's been 2 years, but in actuality, we've used 3 years on occasion, depending on how sensitive or problematic the property can be. And you really don't know until you get to the tax sale what that might be. So the tendering process will be completely different. People can just maybe bid on one property, who knows? But that would have to be done. The Act allows us to do it in that format, and we would have to follow it. But the big thing is all the timelines of advertising, communicating to property owners that their property is going up for tax sale. All that has to occur, and we know that we likely won't be able to have an open tax sale event. That's really why it's on the agenda. They want to know if council will, first of all, go ahead with the tax sale, because if you delay it, there's going to be even more problems. And we weighed how this would affect people that are on, that have been affected by COVID. We compared the tax sale numbers, meaning how many properties were up for tax sale in the previous years, and this is really not that much different. It might even be just a little less this year, surprisingly. And so our advice is we probably should move forward. People may not bid, or we may not dispose of the properties and they just go on the tax sale the next year, but we need council to give us direction. They have to say it's a tendering process, and council has to direct us to proceed in that format, basically, or not.
What's the problem with delaying? You said there was a problem. Could we just put everything off for a year or 6 months?
What it does is, unfortunately, the Act doesn't stop us from having to administer all the costly work again, so you add to the cost if you delay it. That's all.
Well, if it's delayed, we don't have to do the title search and all that kind of stuff now. We can wait until it comes up again if we've delayed it, right?
We usually start the title search. They've already started the title searches.
Well,
I think they may be complete, are they not? I'll have to check.
They're complete.
They're complete.
Well, then, then you don't have to do it again other than updating it from the time of the search now to the time of the new sale. It's not a big deal.
I think they get searched in their entirety.
So anyway, so is that the problem with the delay? Let me ask you, is it possible just to put it off for another year? You said sometimes you can go to 3 years. Is that a theoretical possibility?
The MGA states that we have to have a tax sale every year.
You have to have a tax sale every year, because some are 3 years anyway.
So March 31st, we would have to have it by March.
Oh, so we have to have a tax sale every year?
John's talking about the years in arrears.
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought so.
If you're 2 years in the arrears, sorry if I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, okay.
If you're 2 years in the arrears, our policy says your property goes up for tax sale. The MGA says 3. So
Okay.
we, on occasion, have moved the arrears to 3 years.
Right.
But we still have many that are 3 years in the arrears.
So you're telling us we have to have a tax sale this year?
Yeah.
That's what the legislation says. Yes.
That's where we are. Councillor Connell.
So we usually have our tax sale in February.
That's right.
So it's in 2021. So why can't it be done in December 2021?
Shelley had an explanation for that, Holly, but I forget what she said.
Well, we have to put the ad out by December 16th, because you have to give people a certain length of time,
Right.
to, a couple of months. We have no venue, we have no place to hold. Normally would be at the
No, I think, no, that's not the question.
My question is, if we held it over, if our tax sale is in 2021, 2021 goes till December 31st, 2021, can we advertise in November of 2021 that we're having a tax sale in December, as long as it's done within that year?
We run on a fiscal year, we don't run on a calendar year.
Okay, so when's the end of our fiscal year?
March 31st.
That's why it's done in February. It really creates a lot of complications if it's not done. I guess all we're asking is that it's a lot of work to get this ready, and we could do it by tender, and if you permit us to do so, you would have to do it by resolution.
Okay, Councillor Sheridan?
Just wondering what other municipalities are doing in the same situation.
They're doing tendering, and
Are they?
some don't get many people. We seem to really attract people for land.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you very much. So the people that have to be sold, the 3 years has gone by. Is there such a thing that we can tender those properties and let the others that are just 2 years ride until next year? In other words, go through the process of tendering those 3-year properties off and let the rest ride until next year. That may give those people a chance to pay their taxes too.
Yeah. I think so, but there's a lot that are 3 years anyway, aren't
No,
they?
that's what we're doing. We're not touching any of the ones that are just 2 years in arrears, because the MGA says that they have to be 3 years. So it's just our policy has been to. So that there's only 20 properties that are actually 3 years in arrears.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. While we're discussing tax sale, we had what I will mildly call a case of misunderstanding last year or the year before as to who and who not can participate in tax sales, and I'm wondering if the Chief Administrative Officer could remind us of that.
So you're speaking of like staff and council?
Yes. And
We're not, none of us are allowed to bid on tax sales. I don't think our spouses or our children.
No, our kids can.
Kids can?
Kids can.
Kids can.
Child or...
Yeah, so just spouse? Anybody else other than your spouse? It's not the same as a regular conflict. Rules.
Okay, any other comments?
I like the definition of spouse.
2021.
No.
Do you want a Wikipedia or?
No, but I do query that, because what is the spouse now? Is that a legal marriage? Is that just somebody you live with?
I would think it would include all
common law.
It would include common law.
Okay, thank you.
Most all statutes in Nova Scotia have been amended to include common law as the definition of spouse.
Okay, thank you.
So it looks like, actually, it looks like tendering is the only option, is where I think we're riding, eh? So would someone like to bring a motion then?
Can I suggest some wording?
Sure.
To recommend that municipal council proceed with the 2020-2021 tax sale by calling tenders rather than by public auction.
Councillor Prout moves. Is there a seconder for that motion?
No.
Deputy Warden? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, next is quarterly financial reports. Councillor Hudson? I think, did you ask for that to be put on?
It was added on Tuesday. It was added on Tuesday.
Was that about the balance sheet that you already discussed earlier, do you think? See, it's not in our package because these are things that were added at the last meeting.
Yeah, a resolution was made, actually.
Yeah, if it is about the balance sheet issue.
Isn't this the quarterly report?
Yes, it says quarterly financial report.
Councillor Hudson had an item that he called quarterly financial reports. So he requested to be added to the agenda on Tuesday. This is that item.
Oh, okay. No, I guess I would just like to make a motion that the CAO provide a balance sheet information, which is sometimes called a statement of financial position, on the municipalities' operating entities to council on a quarterly basis. And that this report will accompany the quarterly statement of financial activities report that we are currently receiving.
Now you can read that again, please. It's very helpful if you're reading from something, if you give me a copy of that ahead of time. Very helpful.
Be very glad.
Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sheridan? So basically, the motion is to get a balance sheet as well as an income statement, I'll call it, on a quarterly basis. Discussion? Discussion? No?
Who was the second? Shinton.
Yeah. Councillor Sheridan? You want to, you were just saying you seconded it. Well, if I don't see any more discussion, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, tenders and job applications. Councillor Longmire.
Thank you. It had been brought to my attention, several emails that I had received with regards to an email that actually circulated a couple of weeks ago with regards to the hiring for the lead hand and operator at the waste transfer site. And there was, in that email, union personnel and as well 2 specific non-union. One union person who had called on me was offended as his name was not included in that email. I guess, with regards...
One of the employees contacted you?
Yes. And so I guess looking at that, I really do feel that these job postings and however they're advertised and this method of approach, having it been sent out by email and not being as clear to the policy of how that actually is to be done, I would like to make a motion on that. So I would move that all tenders and job hirings be suspended until a time in which we have a better financial understanding, and then to resume hirings when we determine appropriateness.
Are you reading from something, Councillor Longmire?
Thank you, Councillor Morrison. Well, I am, but I could repeat it.
Yes, if you could repeat.
Sure. I move to have all tenders and job hirings be suspended until further time due to our unknown financial situation.
Can you back that up, please? Until further what? Sorry?
Until further time due to our unknown financial situation. And then resume when council deems appropriate.
So does this mean we stop the tender?
Well, let's just see if we,
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, can I, the clerk's still typing it out here, and so I'm just going to wait for her to...
I was still actually capturing the last motion when this one started, that's why I was
sure.
On. That all tenders and job hirings be suspended until further time due to our unknown financial situation, and then resume when council deems it appropriate.
Did that catch it, Councillor Longmire?
Yes.
And I think Councillor Morrison, you seconded that motion?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Okay, and would Councillor Morrison, you'd like to speak to it?
If this passes, we cannot hold a tax sale. If we vote for this, we have voted in effect against a tax sale.
How so?
That is the first statement.
Well, how so?
How so?
Because we're canceling all tenders. The tax sale is by tender.
Hiring.
We just said that. And the motion went further to say until our financial, until we know our unknown financial situation. We have documents in here that we've had for days that tell us our financial situation. They just need to be read. And second, the motion is somewhat removed from the main point of discussion, which is the alleged discrimination against a person who didn't receive an email he thought he should have received. Now, I don't know how it happened, but when people come to me and lay something before me, I say, what did you do? If a county staff member came to me and said the county omitted my name, I would say, did you speak with your supervisor? If not, you're a twit. And I don't know whether the person in question did speak to his or her supervisor. But in any event, I hold that the motion is somewhat removed, but if we go ahead with the motion, we're canceling the tax sale.
Are you suggesting that we have an amendment to the motion to exclude the tax sale?
No, I'm not
Sorry,
suggesting
I'm hearing-
that. I'm saying what will happen if we...
Point of order.
Thank you. Go ahead.
With the point of order, I have precedence over everything being spoken. This is, and unfortunately I just raised my voice, this is a council of decorum. And insinuating somebody is a twit because of something they did or did not do is out of order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you speaking to the...
Sorry, twit was not the right word, was it?
Yeah? Thank you. Sorry. You're speaking at this point to the motion that's on the floor. Okay, go ahead.
And I would just maybe suggest making a slight amendment to that motion, and that could it not read that all tenders except those approved by the council, specifically approved by the council, be suspended.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that motion? Or amendment, I should say, Councillor Connell. So the amendment is that no more tenders other than those specifically approved by council. I guess the tax sale would be included in that. Any discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Steve, are all our tenders out for snow removal and?
Yep. We currently have, because of the nature of the situation, one being the completion of the structural assessment on Basin View, and secondly, the installation of the rooftop restraining cables, because it's a safety issue. We're just going sole source on those because it's an immediate need.
So that would have to stop.
Or I would need approval.
I thought the purpose of the motion went to hiring policies, like tendering for hiring and job applications rather than other things. I thought that maybe that wasn't reflected. Is that right?
Correct.
So,
Okay, the motion is that all tenders and job hirings.
I guess it should be tenders for job hiring.
Yes.
Maybe if that would clarify what's going on here.
Sure, yes.
Well, that's different than what we're, yeah.
It's different. I appreciate that. I appreciate that fully. It was a good thing to bring up. So I'm trying to think. We have an amendment that Councillor Hudson put on the floor to say other than those approved by council. Was that seconded? It was seconded by Councillor Connell. I think we've now had a bit of a clarification on the motion, so I guess we still have to deal with the amendment. And,
In order for me to withdraw that amendment?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yep.
Is it in order for me to withdraw that amendment? Now I have that clarification.
Is it, as far as I'm concerned, if the seconder agrees?
Yeah.
So do you withdraw that amendment? Okay. Is there another amendment to clarify the tenders? In other words, the tenders relating to job hiring is, I think, what I understood that the purpose of the motion was. Councillor Longmire, do you want to clarify that for us? Was that the purpose of the motion?
Yes.
So would someone like to move an amendment to the motion to clarify that? Deputy Warden, what would your amendment be?
To clarify what Councillor Longmire had stated?
Well, the amendment to, that it's tenders, my understanding is tenders for job applications.
That's what I was understanding, was that it was an amendment for that we weren't going to put any more tenders out for jobs.
Right.
We don't tender.
You don't tender?
No.
We don't tender for job applications?
Take tender out of it, it's all right.
Take tender out then.
Just take tender out?
So what did you say, Councillor Longmire?
She said take tender out.
Take tender out.
Take tender out. So I need an amendment to take tender out.
Sure.
It's Councillor Deputy Warden.
To take tender out.
And there's a second by Councillor Bartow. Can you read the, if we do pass this amendment, can you read how the motion would read?
If this amendment is passed,
Yeah.
it would read, it was moved by Councillor Longmire, seconded by Councillor Morrison, to recommend to municipal council that all job hirings be suspended until further time due to our unknown financial situation, and then resume when council deems it appropriate.
Sounds good.
Okay, so any more comment on the amendment to remove the word tender? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion. All those in favor of the amendment to remove the reference to tenders. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, discussion on the motion. Councillor Morrison?
I just like to ask a question. I don't understand how our financial situation can be unknown. I've got our financial situation right here. I don't understand how it can be unknown.
Any other comments? Councillor Connell?
Well, I went through the documents and I had questions about some of our reserves, where we're standing on those that I find.
Any other comments on the motion? CAO?
Yeah, I just, there's another matter just brought up as it relates to an employee going to a counselor. There is a collective agreement, and I have to refer that to HR now as a result of a process not being followed under the collective agreement.
I don't know if that's really on the topic of the motion.
Well, it was the premise of why the motion was moved. The counselor on the floor said they were contacted by a union employee about a procedure and hiring. That has to be referred to the HR department now.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? One nay. Motion's carried. Next, Gordonston project with documents. Councillor Longmire.
So I still sit very confused, and I suspect all new councillors who sit here should be, if they're not. And because we don't have a full understanding of all that we're involved with that major project, I would like to make a motion to request all documents, and I can list out exactly what I'd be looking for to be provided to our Madam Clerk, and then handed off to our warden, and then through to our councillors for review. And it does speak, quite clearly to it's a huge economic undertaking, and that part of the financial picture is very most unclear. So my motion would be, I move to request our CAO, John Ferguson, to release all documentation to include emails, deeds to properties, correspondences with EA Farron Limited, any personal involvement with Mr. EA Farron, intellectual...
Sorry? What was the last one?
No,
intellectual property purchases, franchise documentation, agreements, contracts, electronic files, history of investors, expenses accrued to date with attempts to secure investors. An up-to-date inventory. I guess that's it.
So you request, what I got from the motion was you requested that information, and what about when you requested it? What?
To be provided to Madam Clerk and then handed off to Warden.
Well, it doesn't have to come to me.
Okay, then it can be circulated among the councillors.
Excuse me?
Can I just take a seconder to the motion and then I'll let you speak?
Sure.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Deputy Warden? Go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Part of what you're requesting in the motion is, I'll say, is based on misrepresentations because of one comment that you made, and I think it's important to put that on the record. Secondly, your motion would require me to contact Gordon Scotland and get permission for them to release confidential franchise agreements, which I'll do, but there's no guarantee that I'll be given them. Also, you asked if you wanted more information. We've been trying to ask council to sit in on workshops, and we'd be happy to fill you in. We've written a lot on it. We have a lot of history that was put on the webpage. We circulated a document that had all the agreements associated with it in camera, and no one has asked through the proper FOIPOP process in order to retrieve this information. So I just want you to be aware that parts of your motion, I don't know how I can legally proceed.
Any other discussion on the motion? Councillor Morrison?
I don't know if we get the word workshop and paint it on the wall. Some of us have been advocating for informational workshops since the start of this council. And if they haven't been resisted, then at least they haven't been accepted. And I keep saying it, the previous council spent years on these items, day in and day out meetings, sometimes 9 or 10 meetings a month. And there's a ton of information that we think everybody should have. And I don't know why we are resisting workshops on these items of interest to the whole council.
Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. So Councillor Morrison, would you suggest that...
Chair.
Okay, sorry, Chair. Would you... I guess I'm confused. If this is all that exists for me to filter through, I don't find it complete. In order to be a participant in a workshop, I would have to have much more information. And so if that is made available, then I would gladly join a workshop.
I'll just wait, I'll see if someone else wants to speak first.
The question was addressed to me.
No, it was addressed to me.
Why was my name used?
I redirected myself to the chair.
Would anyone else like to speak on the subject? Deputy Warden?
Thank you very much. I agree with workshops. I think workshops would be very informative for all council, and perhaps in the new year, not right away, but in the new year, we should have workshops on all separate. One on Valley Waste and our arrangement, another one on mainland and Eagle Telecom, so we all know where we're sitting there, and also another one on Gordon's. I'll make that motion at the end, towards the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Any other comments on the motion that Councillor Longmire has brought? Councillor Morrison.
I'm not responsible for the confusion of any other councillor. I want to get that straight. And second, I just don't know what information is being brandished in front of us. But I do know there is a lot of information that can be distributed and that we can consider in a workshop. And I sincerely thank Deputy Warden for indicating he's going to make such a motion. Thank you.
Before you comment again, Councillor Longmire, I'd like to invite somebody else, and this will be the last comment. You can close the discussion unless anybody else wants to. Okay, Councillor Longmire, you can close the discussion. Oh, did someone have their hand up? Oh, sorry, Councillor Redden.
Not very clearly. I'd like to maybe make an amendment that it is all the listed documents there that are in the county's possession.
Okay.
So I'll move to amend the document, the motion that it stipulates it's that list of documents that are in the county's possession.
Is there a seconder to the amendment to the motion? Councillor Sheridan seconds the amendment. So the amendment is, I think, probably flows out of CAO's comment that he would have to contact Gordonston to get something. So the amendment is that it's only documents in the possession of the municipality. Any further discussion? Oh, Councillor Proud.
I'm curious, the amendment would sound to me like that would include the information that we would receive at a workshop. If it's already in the county possession. I don't know, I just put that out there.
The amendment to the workshop hasn't been made yet.
No, but I'm saying what's being asked for, that is in possession of the county, would appear to me would be the same information that when we get to that topic, we'd be receiving. I'm just.
I think Councillor Longmire said she'd like to have it to look at first before we have a workshop, is what I heard her say. If there's anybody else, I'll call for. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ward. And thank Council. I think this is a good discussion. Any document in the custody and control of the municipality is subject to the freedom of information and protection of privacy. It is.
Not for the holder of it, and we're the holder of it.
Yeah. I disagree with that. For the record, I disagree with that.
And I respect that. I have my legal advice, and I'm very solid. It is required under freedom of information and protection of privacy. That aspect has to be followed. And only the responsible officer designated under the Act can make that decision.
I asked Councillor Longmire to have the last say on this to close the discussion.
What CAO said.
You want to? I'll let you go. Yes, go ahead.
You referred to Part 20 or XX on the Act, and also it states that the purpose of this part is, quote, to ensure the municipalities are fully accountable to the public. It's not the municipality to the municipality. So that's my point, is we shouldn't be foy-popping ourselves.
Councillor Longmire, do you want to close the discussion, or if you had your say?
I guess I go back to the committee, that question around being part of a committee. If the committee can be provided all of this information and it's
Sorry, what committee are you talking about?
So if we form a committee to discuss Gordonstone.
You mean a workshop?
A workshop, sorry.
Okay.
If all of the documentation can be provided there, why can it not be provided to council in advance?
I can't provide all the information that is required to be reviewed under protection of privacy.
I didn't really recognize you there, sir.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I'm ready to call for the question.
Sure.
Okay.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Oh, we're still on the amendment. That's right. Thank you. We're just on the fact that it's documents in the possession of the municipality.
Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Now on the motion itself, is there any further discussion? The motion is amended, I should say. Seeing.
Sorry, could we hear it?
Councillor Pratt would like to hear the motion read out again.
It was moved by Councillor Longmire, seconded by Deputy Warden Dunn, to recommend that Municipal Council request the CAO to release all documents that are in the possession of the county, including emails, deeds to properties, correspondences with E.A. Farron Limited, any personal involvement with Mr. E.A. Farron, intellectual property purchases, franchise documentation, agreements, contracts, electronic files, history of investors, expenses accrued to date with an attempt to secure investors, and up-to-date inventory to be provided to the clerk to be given to councilors for review.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. The next item is request for the CAO to provide clarity on the waste transfer station. I believe that's Councillor Longmire again. Was that yours?
Yes, thank you. I guess going back to and I believe it goes back to 2000, I'm unclear. With no public consultation held around the waste transfer, again, I remain most unclear as to all of our involvement, be it from contracts, agreements, to the Valley Waste, which probably goes off topic, so I'll take that back. Our involvement with Mr. Rice and the agreements that we have struck with him, the purchases of land, one parcel in particular, that doesn't appear to be in the hands of the county. And so I would make a motion to request all documents inclusive of contracts, agreements with Mr. Albert Rice,
Are you finished?
Yes.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Connell?
Could we hear the motion, please? I got it tailed right off.
Yeah.
It was moved by Councillor Longmire, seconded by Councillor Connell, to recommend that municipal council, request all documents, including contracts, agreements, and agreements with Mr. Albert Rice. Regarding the waste transfer station?
And I guess I would add to that land deeds.
And it's regarding the waste transfer station, yeah.
Yes.
Warden Parish.
Yeah.
May I say something?
Yeah, I'm just making sure we don't interrupt the clerk. She's doing a great job, I have to tell you.
She sure is.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a public hearing. There was a public meeting.
What was that date?
It was dated on September 26, 2019. It's on video.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a part of our evidence, but I will make that available for all councilors. You can have a CD of it, and we will post a link on our webpage so that the public can see that a public meeting did occur.
That meeting that you're speaking of, I do believe, was an information session to share with them that the moving forward was actually already taking place. It was not a public consultation. I was in attendance.
It was a public meeting. Several people in this room went to it.
Okay.
Any other comments on the motion that's on the floor?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this a direction to the CAO?
Yes.
Yes. That's all right with the seconder, Mr. Connell? The Councillor Connell, I should say?
Yeah.
Councillor Redden?
I'm just debating my comment in my head and whether it is actually to the motion, because it's a little bit on the edge of it, I guess. I'm a little concerned about the amount of work we're dumping on staff. I really want to see all these documents, but I also want our staff to not be working on Christmas, to be very serious and a little facetious at the same time. And I think it would be, we can't hold up our business necessarily, but I think we should be conscious of the workload we are dumping on staff.
Any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Seemed to be unanimous. Okay, we're a little late for our coffee. I said we'd have coffee at 2 o'clock. It's 2:20. We'll have a short break. Next item on the agenda are the departmental reports. The first is community development for November, and it begins at page 112 of 161. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that report?
Sorry, what did you say?
112 of 161. Hearing none, would someone like to move it for receipt for information? Deputy Warden so moves. Councillor LeBlanc. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Protective Services. That's on page 116. Any comments with respect to that, Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I'd like to know whether under manager, 1B, Paradise Bread, is that the place we've been talking about for years and years? I think Councillor Conlon had the answer to that.
All the cars, as far as I can see, have been cleaned out.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments with respect to the Protective Services report? Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm just going to ask a question, how is the new animal facility working out?
Is there anyone here that can respond to that inquiry? Yes, at the back.
Cheryl Mason.
Cheryl, yes.
The town is working out wonderfully. It is much easier to maintain than what we had before.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question with respect to dangerous and unsightly premises. It looks to me as though there are 28 ongoing matters. That's right, eh? But that doesn't mean they're in litigation or anything, it's just they're open files.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Prout?
More comment. I was looking at bylaw enforcement, animal control, number 3, the livestock at large. I read that and I thought, it must be a typo. The court date, it's scheduled for December 1st, 2021. I read it in November of 2020. I thought, no wonder. COVID is affecting so much of society.
Oh yeah, it's killed the courts.
Yeah, the courts have pushed right down, and here we are with, anyway, just a comment.
Yeah. Deputy Warden?
Thank you very much. In number 4 under the bylaw, the waste management, the complaints, 11 complaints, is that from the people picking up the garbage, leaving tagged, or is that garbage we're finding around the country?
That also complaints that are being received by the public of illegal dumping.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Redden?
I'm just curious about how we find out information about the dangerous unsightly premises open files. So if somebody comes to me and says, hey, I have a problem with this one, this residence or whatever, what would I?
So through your worship.
Yeah.
It starts out with a complaint. A complaint is received, and then Cheryl then has to follow a process, because if you are leading to the potential demolition of a building, then then council acts in that quasi-judicial role again. So she does a lot of the original work on finding out what's going on so that she can keep council out of any direct contact with either party that may be dealing with the issue. And then she'll bring that forward. There'll be a time that council will have to make a decision on notice to have it fixed up or at least secured. And if that doesn't happen, then we can go in and secure it and build them. And if it's too much beyond repair and they don't repair it, we can go in and we can tear it down. And if they're not there, we can put the lien on the property or we can have them pay for it.
It's appropriate to redirect that too, Cheryl, if somebody comes to us.
Yes, there was an old policy that would have counselors involved in that process, but because you could end up making a decision on whether or not you tear someone's building down, it was suggested that that not be there.
If I may.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. One more follow-up question for the unsightly, since we're on that topic of dangerous and unsightly premises. A short while ago, I drove around a building up in back of Bridgetown there, and it's not secured. It's open to the public. It's fallen down. It hasn't been mowed. And it looks to me like there's been more than one fire inside of it. And I'm just wondering what's going to happen to that particular building, or if there's a order against to get it cleaned up. And
Councillor Hudson?
Elastic plant.
Can you respond to that?
Well, I'd just like to ask the question. Is that particular building on Granville Street?
No, it's right, it's field elastic plant. Field elastic plant.
It is in your district. It's in your district.
But it's a mess. Something's got to be done.
Where was it again? I didn't hear. Where was
You're
it?
going to get a crowd of kids in there.
Old elastic.
201.
Oh, the Elastic Factory.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're going to get a crowd of kids in there, and somebody's going to get hurt in that building. And it should be secured.
You have received complaints, Cheryl, haven't you, on that
I
bill?
have. I did present at the last quarter when I did my report that we do have an issue with that building, that the owner has done some repairs, and every time he does and he boards up the place, they are going back in. They are pulling everything off. They're going right back into buildings again. So I have kind of put that warning out there already that we know this is going on. However, I suspect this will be one of the properties we will be dealing with next fall because it is in arrears. The question would be, at some point, do we want to spend money ahead of time, or will, if it's not going to get caught up, will it go on the next step?
So if I can just add to that, and why this would be such a concern for the county, is that we have the right to demolish and we can put the lien on the property, but the cost to demolish that building would be enormous. And there's no guarantee that we could get the money back and we'd be stuck on a property. So it's a dilemma for us.
Or just a question, Mr. Ferguson. Are the taxes up to date on that property?
No. So it can be sold in a tax sale, but I'll leave it at that. Won't say anything else.
We may have the building.
It's not ours, but we have an obligation to put it up for tax sale. And if it doesn't go up for tax sale, it just stays on the tax arrears account. And but eventually, a building like that, for dangerous and unsightly, there's no question that that's dangerous. The problem is that it's such an enormous building that the demolition would be very difficult for our municipality to cover that cost and not get it back right away.
Councillor Connell?
So going back to Councillor Deputy Warden Dunn's question is, so a kid's life getting injured is worth waiting a year?
No, what happens is that Cheryl has to contact the owner. He's boarding it up. He's meeting the standard of securing it. The kids are ripping it down, and he does it again.
Yeah.
So they are securing the building, but they're taking it down again.
Did you say it had gone up for tax sale and nobody bought it?
Not yet, no. No, what I said was it's going to go up for tax sale.
Well, is it up this time, this March?
No,
No?
Now, it must only be maybe 2 years in arrears?
it's 2 years in there.
2 years, and we're doing 3
You
years.
could put it up in the tax sale.
Why don't we put it in the tax?
Yeah.
That's what my concern is.
Why don't we?
It's the same as what we've done.
Our policy says 2, so we could do it.
Yeah. That would go for 10.
Should we have a motion to that effect? You know, it sounds like it's been a good discussion on that building, and I've never been, well, I have been in it, because, as I said, I was an investor in the grass pellet plant, and I went in to see it then, and that part of the building didn't look too bad, but it was about 1/10 of the building.
I know it's massive.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Would you like a motion about the tax sale business, or?
We would require it, because it's not on the
Dawn's going to
list.
send an email to Shelley. It might be too late to add to the tender process,
okay.
but we'll find out.
Sorry, what was that you
It
said?
might be too late for all the notifications, and except we have to do a certain length of time.
3 notifications.
Yeah, there's certain notifications, even under the tendering process, that we need to meet.
It might,
We're
you're
not
saying,
sure that we have that much time.
so we could pass the motion subject to having the time to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
Would anyone like to make that motion?
Could you deal with the protective services report first? To keep it?
Is that the way we should do it?
Just
This is
receive the report
arising-
And then move to your second motion.
Okay, a motion to remove for information. Is there a seconder to that motion, Deputy Warden? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Now, was there someone wanted to make a motion about what I refer to as the Britex building and a tax sale?
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Warden, what's the
I would
motion?
move that the County of Annapolis put the Britex building out for tender in the tax sale, if at all possible, this year.
Seconded by Councillor Connell. Further discussion? And of course, that's a recommendation to council, right? Yeah. I don't see any further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, were you going to say something?
Just one question, and it's not related to the Britex or anything, but other unsightly or things that are not cleaned up, and I'm not sure whether it's been reported or not, but I drive by all the time at Lakeel. On the way through, there was a fire, building burn. It was
Turned in.
You have that?
I'm working on it.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, I'm calling for the motion with respect to the Britex building and the tax sale. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next is the municipal services. It's on page 117. The only question I had was on the snow control, on the second page, top of 118, snow control municipal streets, Cornwallis Park. There's going to be a tender to procure snow control for municipal streets in Cornwallis Park. My only question was, is there a community rate for that, or is that just general revenue?
General revenue.
General revenue? Okay.
Would you mind having a motion on the floor? We can discuss it.
Well, I don't know what the motion's going to be at the moment.
Okay.
Any other discussion about the municipal services report?
I have a couple of questions about capital costs.
Now, if I could just ask the clerk something, would you rather have a motion to receive for information first? Because, and that doesn't preclude any further discussion.
No, that opens discussion.
That opens the discussion? Okay. So would someone like to move that we receive this for information? Councillor LeBlanc, you're moving. Second, Councillor Sheridan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Well, you can put the motion on the floor and then discuss it,
Okay.
and then.
Thank you. Always nice to have somebody that's been here 100 times longer than I have. Councillor Redden.
third line from the bottom on the 2019-2020 capital costs waste transfer.
Which page are you on?
I'm not entirely sure because it doesn't have a page number. I think it's at the back of the municipal services section.
Under capital program, did you say? Or?
Yeah.
120.
120?
Municipal services.
No, we're not there.
Am I not there yet? Oh, okay.
We're not there yet.
I thought this was part of it.
Oh,
Well, there were two other reports circulated by the municipal services director. So there's his monthly report, then there is a basin view background, then there is the waste transfer capital.
Yes.
If you could treat those as separate items, it's much clearer in the minutes to follow that along.
That's.
As three separate items.
I'll accept that.
Just for clarification on that, under capital program, there's a lot of different things. That's not part of the waste transfer station capital costs. That's part of the overall municipal services report, right? That's on page 120?
Yeah, that, page 120, that capital program is part of the monthly report.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, Councillor Redden. I was just trying to help everybody out as to where we are here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm two reports ahead of everyone at that point, so
okay.
I'm going to withdraw my comments.
Okay. Any other comments with respect to the general municipal services report?
Yes. Just one.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Hudson.
No, I just could just ask for a little more information on the mold investigation. Does that relate to just the Bridgetown, the old Bridgetown Fire Hall, or are there other municipal buildings included in that?
There are more than one, and Steve can give you some.
The old fire hall had mold issues. The administration building in Bridgetown had mold issues in the basement, which have been rectified, but we've moved all the material out of there. And you can only enter the building with the proper protective equipment on, into the basement, pardon me. We did mold assessments. I think there was a small mold issue in the arena, which has been resolved. Another mold issue at Ravenhaven, which has been resolved, and a mold investigation, and no mold was found at the Annapolis Royal Building. I think I covered them all. Yep.
Does that answer your question? Councillor Connell?
Under snow removal, see that the sidewalks of Bear River, that was something that council passed with sidewalks of Bear River.
That's, okay. Snow control at the bottom of page 117? Is that where you are? Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Yeah, the sidewalks in Bear River, we've only been really clearing them the last couple of years, but they've been a mess down there.
Yes.
I don't know how long before, but I know they've been very good about clearing them off the last couple of years, because we've had kids walking from the Oakeen School down the middle of that road because the sidewalk is all full of snow through the years. So thank God that the municipality continues to mark.
No, my concern is the more things that we add, more things this council adds to our regular tax rate paying for, bends my mind toward what we should be doing for Bridgetown. That's my concern is that if we're doing it all across our county and other divisions at a steady rate, but yet we're saying that the citizens' extra tax rate in Bridgetown is to take care of their multiple times getting their sidewalks cleared, then we soon got to start using everyone the same across our county. That's all.
Well, I can tell you that Bear River doesn't get a lot for service.
No, all the outskirts don't get a lot. I don't even have sidewalks.
Anything else? Councillor Prout?
I'd just like to comment on two things that I was very pleased to see under forest main hangers and the joint county, the J-class paving. To see one came in well under budget and the other came in under budget. It's always nice to read. Good.
Any other questions or comments? I have one on page 120 under Queen Street Design. I've heard, secondhand that something's going to happen there on Queen Street, and I have to, I'm the warden, and I really don't know at this point what it is. And is there a design? It says there is design work going on, or can you tell us where we are on that?
Council approved that project as kind of a make-ready or a shelf-ready project in the event that there were stimulus monies available for this type of project. There's no doubt that Queen Street needs the work in terms of surface and underground. So they authorized a project to go ahead and do the design so that if between 2 or 3 levels of government there was stimulus money available to address a project like this, we could put the project in front of them right away. The design is complete. So that project also came in under budget because council had budgeted the construction, the design and construction. But we haven't seen the stimulus money yet, so there's only the design has been completed.
Is the design available to the public in Bridgetown?
We just completed it here, just signed off on it here about a week or 10 days ago. I would like to present it to council first and then take some direction from there.
Sure, I'd love to do that. Maybe we could do that at the January council meeting?
Sure, Councilor, at your direction, or through the CAO.
Is there any reason why we can't do that, or Councilor Redden?
I would have a question about...
I just want, excuse me, do we need a motion for that? To have a report on the Queen Street design? And I'd like to do that. I'd like to have a motion if we could.
You require a motion.
Yeah, would someone move that we have the report on the Queen Street design at the January? Councilor Redden, you
Point of order.
Pardon me?
You had given me the floor, and then you interrupted me and wanted off of it, and I was getting to that. Whether we need a motion or not. That's all, Warden. And my question was, I have a question before the motion was, should we have a workshop on that, or is it more merely a council presentation?
Presentation, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
Would be my recommendation.
In which case, I'd have a motion to recommend to council that we have that presented to us in January at council or committee of the whole?
Committee of the whole?
Committee of the whole. Yes, I move that we recommend to council to direct the CAO to give us a presentation on the Queen Street plan at the January Committee of the Whole.
Yeah. Seconder for that motion, Councilor LeBlanc. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. We still have the motion on the floor to receive for information, correct? Any further discussion with respect to the municipal services report, and that's separate from the Basin View background and the waste transfer station? Any further discussion on the general report? If not, I'll call for a vote on the motion to receive for information. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the Basin View background.
Can I just ask a question on the Basin View report, just
Sure.
if you don't mind? Should we send that to the YMCA? It's open.
Yeah, sure, I can provide a summary to them, yeah. And after it gets on the floor, I just want to make a clarification.
It's already been voted on and received?
No.
No, it was just,
Oh, my,
it was
sorry.
just the report.
Sorry.
That's what we're on now.
I missed that.
Just kidding.
So the drill, I take it, is that first we have someone move to receive for information, and then we discuss it. Okay, so would someone like to move that we receive this for information? Councillor LeBlanc, is there a seconder? Deputy Warden, discussion on the Basin View background memorandum. Yes, Mr. McGinnis?
Just a clarification on the second bullet. I had an errant cut and paste there. In the second bullet on page 122, it says has expended 59,993. That actually comes later in the report. I must have pasted that by error in there. Just strike that out of that paragraph.
Yeah, I had some question marks beside that.
Yeah.
So what should it read again? What?
Just strike out has expended 5,993. Just take that out.
The pool has expended the lower floor? Extended?
And operated the pool in the lower floor for annual cadet camp is how it should read.
Yeah.
I was controversial.
That part was inserted and it should have been.
Yeah.
Has expended, and the dollar amount should be removed. Has expended and the dollar amount.
The top floor at the time and operated the pool in the lower floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions or comments with respect to the Basin View background? We're going to have a workshop on Basin View, right? And have we set a date for that yet? Is this the time to do that? Mr. McGinnis?
You are waiting for staff to receive the final phase of the investigations before you set a date.
Okay.
So you have all the information.
Thank you for reminding me. All right, so Mr. McGinnis, can you tell us when we might expect that?
We're the structural guys are going to be on site next week, pardon me. I expect to receive the report late December, early January. Hopefully we'll have it for council or committee of the whole in January, and we can review it at that time. I'll make sure I ask for it so we can meet that time.
Okay.
And I think we had, I believe, agreed or talked about the day we have that workshop, we will also have a
walkthrough
visit to Basin.
I think that was the understanding. Yeah, close by. Yeah.
That would be good.
I noticed at the bottom of 122 there's reference to an assessment performed by JS held in the fall of 2019.
Yeah.
Would that be available now?
Yeah, it's actually on the council SharePoint
It's
file.
in your SharePoint. It's probably under other information. There's a really ginormous version, and then there's an executive summary version
On SharePoint?
on SharePoint.
Under what heading?
Under other, or supplemental information.
Okay.
There's lots in your supplemental information on SharePoint.
Okay. Yeah.
The big version.
Any other questions with respect to the Basin View background report? Hearing none, there's a motion on the floor to receive for information. I'll call for the vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the report on the waste transfer station capital costs. So I guess the first thing I do is ask for a motion to receive this for information. Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Redden. Now, any questions or comments with respect to this report? I tried to add up the numbers. Councillor Sheridan?
Just a couple questions in regards to, just a couple things I picked up on. The waste transfer site installed concrete foundation. Could you be more elaborate, or ask the CEO to be more elaborate on what that entailed? Because just a cement foundation wouldn't be $261,000, so it must be more to it. So I just wanted clarification on that. And the other one was, the waste transfer site development includes holdbacks for 123. If I could just get a little more clarification on those two items, please.
Is there someone here that can respond, the engineer?
The in terms of the concrete foundation, that also includes the site preparation to receive those foundations. So there's quite a bit of site preparation, clearing and grubbing, excavation to get us down to the proper elevation. So that's
Would that include the holding tanks as well that are there? So that would include the big holding tanks, the cement, the prep work,
right,
and all the costs to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought that was quite a price tag on it.
There's a lot of concrete there.
Yeah, okay.
May I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead, yes.
Actually, the concrete was additional because it was winter concrete and it had to be heated. So that was an additional cost. What that is why is exceptionally higher than what it normally would be during a regular season. The additional site work is down lower, which I believe Councilor Redden was notified, was going to ask a question about the third item up. That is all the groundwork to support the concrete structure, the road, and the additional site work on the site.
So regarding the holdbacks, what does that involve?
So in any contract, not any contract, but some contracts will have a holdback on, sometimes I think it's 10%, sometimes 50% on each invoice that they put forward. And then we hold that, or they hold it back, and then at the end of completion of the project, we hold that back. We pay the holdback when we're happy with what's been done.
So this is still to be paid?
No, it's included.
That's included?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was trying to get the, sorry, other comments, Councillor Redden?
Yeah, so my site development question there was, that one is quite a bit over budget, and I'm wondering if that was because of a change in scope, or was that the nature of the contract was, I understand those things are kind of...
It was, we had some change orders. The building became a little bit larger. There was, the quote that he brought in was a little bit lower than he expected that he would need. I think he underestimated the amount of gravel he'd have to bring in. There was additional gravel that was in the site that wasn't expected to come to the site that needed to be for the support of the wall.
Was this tender?
Councillor Connell?
So in the site development at 93.5, was that tendered?
Right.
Or was that just given to
Mr. Rice?
It was, I wasn't a
I
part
can
of
answer
that.
that. As part of the agreement on the land purchase, he put it in the agreement that he wanted to do the site work, but he did it at a reduced cost.
My question is, I tried to add up the cost of buying the land and the capital cost and the various different costs. I came to about $1,685,000. Is that, am I in the ballpark? Can staff help me out?
If you add the 500,000 to the
Yeah.
1.185,
Yeah.
yeah, that would be about right now.
And it looked like there was not counting labor, it cost about $40,000 a year to operate it.
Oh, are you looking over here? What's that, where are you looking?
Well, I'm looking at my notes is what I'm looking at.
In the capital. Are you looking at the household hazardous waste information?
Where's the 5,500? I'm sorry, I guess I can't, and I was just, I assumed I was looking at,
That the 5,500 is under supply and install 3 rolling doors.
55,000.
Oh, I thought you said 75 or 55, sorry.
I took the 5,500 and multiplied by 7 because it was a little more than every 2 months or something, and I got 38.5 a year, rounded it up to 40. So maybe I'll just ask the question, what's the ongoing cost to operate this facility, not counting labor?
That's a separate cost than the capital cost. So this, what you're seeing in front of you in this here is just capital cost for the build.
Yeah.
From gas tax. Our operational costs are separate and aren't included in here.
They're not included. Okay.
What I have on the other side is there was a question, I believe, about what it would cost to handle household hazardous waste and what it would cost to have a building. And what I did was I reached out to West Hants, because they are of a similar population base to ours, and he had notified me that they pay approximately $5,000 to $6,000 every 6 to 8 weeks for disposal, and it's based on volume. The buildings itself, we can make one, would be fabricated anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000, or you can get these pro-card buildings that are hazmat, a little bit more than what we would require, but they're fairly substantially more expensive on a capital.
Thank you. That was what I was looking at. It was the cost. I was looking at the 5,000 to 6,000 every 6 to 8 weeks in West Hants, and trying to analogize to that. So
we're not offering that service.
Yeah. Are we moving in that direction, or
well, that's what our instructions have been, but council asked us to stop.
Okay. Councilor Connell.
So I had someone tell me that the county bought an excavator and had it delivered by a private contractor, and I don't see any.
So in the capital cost, it's the Komodo loader. That's what we bought, or Komatsu loader.
Bought a loader, not an excavator.
Right. It's a loader.
There's a lot of misinformation out there.
This came from the horse's mouth.
Who's that?
Can somebody? What's the difference between?
I'll check and see if that's what was delivered.
For a guy who was a lawyer and not a builder, what's the difference between a loader and an excavator?
A loader is 4 wheels, preferably with construction debris tires on it, or waste tires on it, with a bucket on the front. An excavator is usually a tracked. They can't get them with wheels on them, but an excavator is a tracked piece of equipment that swings 360 and has a digging capacity.
I see. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Which a loader is a loader.
Yeah. Got it.
Have we bought anything or rented anything such as an excavator, Steve?
We haven't bought one, but there were excavators on site when we were doing the site development.
Any other questions, Councilor Redden?
Yeah, just one. I must admit I fell into the same trap there as Mr. Warden Parrish with the capital versus operating cost budget. And at first I thought 12,000 for water samples, line 3 was low, and now I'm curious about what we did for a baseline water sampling procedure. Then, if that's what that is for.
It is a water analysis that's required by the Department of Environment, and it's quite extensive. They run from, depending on what quarter and what time, because they go quarterly and biannually. There's 2 different types of water samples that get done, and they can run anywhere between $500 to $3,500 per.
It's described in the approvals, both approvals that we received for the site.
Okay.
So during the capital, because it was still in the capital build phase, it was, that's why it's in this particular portion, because it was a requirement during the build phase to have that.
But that's the stuff that's we're talking about in our approval.
It's
our environmental approval.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ongoing process to get the approval.
Deputy Warden?
So the water samples, is this like $12,000, that's over quite a period of time, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think there was three water samples, so
It's
I
the
get
same
water.
and one a little different.
I get my water tested every year, and I not buy through I get a full spectrum water now.
Yeah, that's for drinking, yeah.
For me?
This isn't, yours is for drinking?
Yes, I
Yes,
get it.
this is not. This is
not.
looking for.
What else do they look for is what I'm.
Well, I'm not a scientist,
No.
but they look for minerals, they look for anything dangerous in the water system that would hurt the ecosystem. Steve, you can answer the test.
Yeah.
Warden, it's Steve, you guys want to...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Just to add to that comment, they look for any kind of heavy metals or indications of leachate. Anything that's, they know transfer sites are different because we don't dispose of anything, but because of the existing dry waste site up there was monitoring wells in place, so we took over the monitoring of that also.
Thank you.
Anything else on the waste transfer station report? Okay, we have a motion to receive it for information. Call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, the Q2 financial report. I guess we start with a motion to receive for information. Would someone like to make that motion? Deputy Warden, second. Councillor Prout seconds it. Discussion. Councillor Sheridan.
On page 134, under base and due commercial leases and agreements, from this time last year to this time this year, it's down approximately $10,000. Is there a reason that the leases have changed?
What's the number?
It would be under 5403 on page 134.
Janice can
I may
answer
be
that.
able to answer that. Due to the COVID, there was lease forgiveness for a period of time. That's probably why you're seeing a decrease in rental.
So that doesn't have to come through us to,
I believe it. Yeah, it did go through council.
we pass that?
Yeah, we did. I don't recall, but I know that occurred.
I don't.
They came up with a program that could supplement landlords, but we didn't qualify.
Yeah.
So we took away, we didn't accept payment for rent?
Well, for example, is it an esthetician?
It was for the ones that were, so the massage therapist and the esthetician were told by the organization they could not do business.
So we just forgave their rent, is what you're saying? I just want to be clear on this. We forgave their rent down there for how many months?
Well, I don't think there was a month attached to it. It was just related to the COVID.
Yeah.
But for how long did we forgive it?
Able to come back to work, to open up their doors again, then they started paying. I believe it started in July or August. They started paying rent again.
Okay. I wasn't aware. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I just had a question. It is, I guess, on page 128. You noted that we're more on tax rate, that I guess 10% reserve in the operating budget. So my first question is, why do we have that deficit? And I guess second part of that is, what are we doing to bring that back to life?
Can you, I got to catch up with you again. I didn't, you said the bottom, you said 128?
128. And down at the bottom, the second asterisk, the divided as per the process in the Government Act, 10% of operating budget will be in operating reserve at a minimum. This is equal to $2 million.
Yeah.
Then you go up into the actual items, and you will see, you get down on the right-hand column, you get down to $473,411. You will see that it's a deficit there of $113,850.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I was wondering what caused that deficit, firstly, and what is being done to correct it?
A lot of it, I would say, relates to waste and the lack of being able to transfer, not starting from the start of the year. And so we had to spend a lot of extra money. And it came from a lot of sources, but our total deficit was $113.50. Holly may be able to explain more of the input towards it, but it's really related to, I will say, extenuating circumstances as a result of Valley Waste and municipal parties breaking the agreement and imposing damages on Annapolis County. That's what caused the deficit.
And resolving it into the future?
Well, we have our transfer station operating,
Yeah.
so we're not going to get those extra costs. So it should level out quite well this year.
So if I could just follow up on that, at the end of March, our operating reserve will be $473,411. Am I reading that the right way?
Not completely accurate, because Valley Waste, without authority under regulation, has kept $230,000 of our surplus.
Well, you're saying that that's involved in the lawsuit.
No, that's a regulation matter. That's a regulated matter. It's not a contractual matter. That's an absolute receivable to our reserve.
But they're not paying it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, so if they're not paying it, assuming they don't pay it, then we're going to be at $473,411 at the end of March next year in our operating reserve. Is that right?
Actually, our counterclaim has risen to $4 million.
Well, no,
they're going to owe us a lot of money.
Yeah, but those lawsuits aren't finished, and we don't know which way they're going to go. As a lawyer, I'll tell you, you don't know which way they're going to go, for sure. So, right now,
we know our damages, and we know it was breached in the act. And breached in the agreement. We're quite solid on our counterclaim.
Anyway, let me address the question. According to what I'm looking at here in our budget, at the end of at March 31, 2021, we will have an operating reserve of $473,411, and according to the note, it should be $2 million. So it's about a quarter of what it should be. Am I reading that the right way, Councillor Sheridan? Do you want to?
I'm just wondering if that 113,000's been taken off of that?
It has.
It has been taken off of that?
Yeah.
Because prior to that, you did speak, I asked about this a while ago, and there was something else added back into the operating reserve, like a capital project that didn't get completed. And then you mentioned you put that back into the operating reserve?
Yeah, like at year end, we reconcile all of our capital projects, and it's just like, this is the second column in the saying committed. So I put in all committed capital projects for the year, assuming that's the amount that they will come in at year end. Some of them will come in over, some might come in under. So that will change those reserve amounts.
There's also...
It's possible we could have surpluses from our operating at year end. And all of those surpluses will go into our operating reserve. That's generally the only way any revenue goes into an operating reserve. So any savings within this operating budget at year end will increase that operating reserve.
And any losses will go the other way.
Definitely.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Craig?
Well, I was just wondering if there was some capital project, because when I was doing my research way back before Q1, we were down to about, in my mind, around 275,000, and then you told me there was a capital project that got suspended or put off or whatever. And I'm just wondering if that capital project got canceled altogether, and that's why the reserve is back up to where it is.
Do you remember which capital project?
No, I wasn't told it was a capital project. It was just mentioned a capital project.
This is constantly fluctuating because council is always spending money out of that.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
So every time that changes, I have to change that figure.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's higher than what I had in my mind.
Yeah, but that is what is on our financial statements right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's another matter recognized in our financial statements as well. And so when Annapolis County purchased Upper Clements Park, all properties for $600,000, Annapolis County forgave Upper Clements, who had a mortgage on the property for $300,000 in 2007. The county never collected any money or any interest off the $300,000. Mr. Farron has agreed to pick up that as a result of a discussion and a resolution by you, Wendy, that said that in order to help the project, we asked him to pay back the $300,000 at the end of the 4-year period or the 5th year. That's in the agreements. That's also a receivable. That's $300,000. So there's a lot of things that impact how that reads, and they should be taken into consideration with other notes in the financial statement.
Would that receivable be part of the operating reserve, though?
Yes. It was said to go in the operating reserve.
But that receivable isn't payable for 5 years, and then it's only $10,000 a year for 30 years.
It doesn't matter. It's still a receivable.
Yeah, but it shows in the current operating reserve?
It shows in the notes to the financial statement that it's a receivable.
Fair enough. Yeah. But I just wondered whether, you're not saying that forms part of this operating reserve?
No.
Okay.
It hasn't been set up as a receivable.
It hasn't been set up as a receivable? Okay.
You'll have to set it up as a
But
receivable.
you may have to set it up, and it's sitting as a note in our financial statements. It's being owed to the municipality.
Yeah. I have a few more questions, but I don't want to monopolize. Go ahead, Councillor Hudson.
Yes, I'd just like a little more clarification. The letter of intent.
That's where I was going.
You started off with a balance of $878,000. There's 244 committed. Just basically want to know what that was all about.
Well, it's a great question. There is a letter of intent, and then there's other information that was not put in the letter.
Letter of intent in respect to...
Bridgetown dissolution, is that what you're talking about?
It could be. It says, I was going to ask the same question. It just says letter of intent. And it's
What letter of intent?
2 lines under the operating heading.
It's the Bridgetown matter. So it was a letter of intent given to us by the province and how money was spent. Part of that letter of intent was not written down. It was communicated verbally.
So...
I have one more further question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bridgetown water capital, I see a drawdown of $270,000.
What page are we on?
Can you show us the page you're talking about, Councillor Hudson? Can you refer us to the page so we can follow along?
I'm on the same page, just down, where the letter of intent is.
Yep.
Go down to 5 items, and you'll see Bridgetown water capital.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
And you'll see a drawdown of $270,000.
I know we spent a lot of money there in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but this must be specific to something.
Yeah, Steve is...
I'm just looking it up.
Was that used for the well project, Steve? We contributed $600,000 in gas tax to that, and maybe more, and maybe capital reserve paid it back?
It's primarily, it's budgeted for the South Street upgrade. South Street, we have to replace the water main before the province comes in and paves South Street.
And they were done 7 years ago.
South Street, south of the bridge.
Okay.
And that was actually done?
No, it's deferred till next spring.
No, the previous one was done before they paved it about 6 years ago, but those couplings didn't hold, is my understanding.
Right, they were less than
It has to be done again.
standard couplings, and we have about 50 services to repair to get that in place. Yep.
Can I take a turn? If you turn to page 131 of 161, under financing and transfers, Bridgetown debenture and term loan principal installments. Why the budget increase from 129,786 to 196?
That is, you can remove, really Bridgetown shouldn't be there, over on to the far left.
Oh.
It's all of our financing, yes, about 136 is Bridgetown, but 60,000
So it's not Bridgetown.
No, Bridgetown is only 136,000, that is all of our financing. And our LED streetlights are below that, so that's all our debt.
So when you say debenture and term loan, you're talking about the temporary borrowing resolutions?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the money we've paid out on Gordonston?
No.
No?
This is all of Bridgetown's debt that on dissolution that we assumed, 136.
Oh, it is Bridgetown.
Yeah, other than about 60,000 of it, which is the compost carts that we,
Okay.
and 78,000 below that are the LED streetlights that we had to.
But why would the principal installments go up?
For Bridgetown?
Yeah.
By, what, $6,000? Some of those debentures do increase, because some of them are quite old. So they do, the principal amount increases rather than decreases.
So you're saying that Bridgetown owes more money in 2021 to the municipality than it did in 2019-20?
Not to the municipality, to the Municipal Finance Corporation, because we're paying those principal payments to the Municipal Finance.
To the province, but what they owe has gone up.
Yes.
So this is not a temporary borrowing resolution.
Okay, fair enough.
A temporary borrowing resolution allows you to spend money short term.
Right.
And then once you finish it, you have to issue a debenture.
Right.
The debenture gets issued to the Municipal Finance Corporation. You can get various principal and interest payments in different schedules. Some may have lower payments at the start. Depending on what the town chose at the time, they may have chosen a schedule that paid higher payments as it went along. There's different schedules that can be used.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that it's gone up substantially by half, let's say.
Oh, no, only by $6,000. 7?
I'm comparing budget 2019-20 to budget 2021.
So the difference of 129 to 196?
Yes.
Yeah, 60,000 is our compost carts. That's the principal payment that will.
Compost carts?
Yeah. Yes. That is the debenture principal that will start this year.
Yeah.
So Bridgetown is paying for its.
And then you can scratch the word Bridgetown there, because it's not just Bridgetown, it also includes the compost carts. Which is not debt related to.
So we paid around $60,000 for compost carts.
Yes.
And that's what that is.
Yes. So remove that from the 196.
All right.
136, so.
Pardon me, I don't know if you're interested in this now, but you might want to ask why we bought the carts, but maybe we can.
I think that's a long story. I don't think we'll get into that.
Get the value.
My next question's on the next page. And again, it's probably something I just don't understand, but under the top, page 132 of 161. The totals under assessable property taxes, taxation. I look across the board and I see that 2019-20, there's a variance of 1,785. I see that. And then when I look at the two numbers under 2021, the budget and the actual don't look like they're 50,000 apart.
For which,
Under assessable property taxation, top of page 132 of 161, if you look at the summaries under that first heading, of which there's 6 items, I'm wondering where does the variance of 50,000 come from, I guess is what I'm
I
saying.
can answer that. If you don't mind.
Sure.
These are the taxes that are collected as of September 30th, 20, that's what was collected, and then that's the budget. So it's revenue that has to be collected.
I'm looking at a budget of $12,971,000
Right.
Yeah,
and
the
actual
variance-
collected of $12,920,000, and I don't see a variance. Is the variance?
is between
Oh, it is 50.
the 2021 budget and what's actual at mid-year?
Got it. Thank you.
Just a question. Like when you look at income, do you, in your factory, is that done on an accrual basis or just a straight? Cash receipt?
Cash receipt. Cash.
So
we book that on that?
We don't have different times of the year that we collect. We collect it one time a year, and it has to be in by.
According to assessment, you know that you should be able to budget how much you're going to collect from residential taxes and so much you're going to collect from commercial taxes. Am I correct there?
Yeah.
So, having said that, would you not accrue
We have to do
taxes, whether they're paid or not?
It's all in.
And when you're looking at
It's all in at budget time. We know what our tax assessment is, and we know what our tax rate is. So we can calculate it instantly what has to come in. So it's $12,971,000 that we'll be getting in taxes. What we received by September was $12,920,000.
Yeah.
So it's not accrued in the sense that it's not averaged out over the year.
No, but I'll just back and maybe ask it a different way, John.
Okay.
If I was looking at the balance sheet, would I see a receivable for uncollected taxes?
Yes.
Yes.
So where is that reflected in the income statement?
Well, it's right there, 50,000, it's right on your sheet.
I haven't provided you with the assets.
It can't be.
You don't have the assets. All you have here are your revenue and expenditures.
Huh?
All you have here are your revenue and expenditures. You don't have your assets.
And this is just revenues. So this is revenues that we know we have to collect. That's what we've collected, and that's the difference. That's just revenues.
Now, I understand that totally, John. I guess my question just has to do with, you can have things what I call accrued. Right? So if you know you're going to receive something in terms of revenue, taxes, okay, you can accrue those and reflect that accrual in your income statement.
Right. And if your revenue was coming in at different times throughout the year,
That shouldn't make any difference, Sean. If you're going to collect it during the fiscal year, when it comes in, it shouldn't be that's not material. If you're going to get it within the fiscal year, whether it comes in this month, or that month.
But we have a receivable set up on our assets. Is that what you're saying? For the taxes receivable?
Yeah.
Yeah. For the entire year. That's sitting in under assets. But are you saying that we should do something
Maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
in this case, it's not accrued. It's the best answer to give you.
Now, I guess maybe, when I say you set up a receivable, that's half the entry, right? There's another half of the entry that has to be there, right? And to my knowledge, that other half has to be, where is the other half?
But FRAM, this is how we have to do it under FRAM. But this is how the province tells us we book the revenue as soon as it's billed for the entire year, because we don't bill interimly, we just bill it one time a year. And then on the other side, you've got your receivable, your taxes receivable. So where else would we put it?
This is the tax warrant. Then there's other receivables, such as fees and other things, but they're not listed there. This is just the tax warrant.
Okay, I've got another question. I don't want to, go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Thank you so much. I want to go right to 131 at the top. The payments in lieu of taxes. The last couple of years, we budgeted 159 or 359 one year. This past year, we budgeted 336, and we got 105 last year, quarter mil short, and the same this year. So why is that? Why do we just budgeting with the best case scenario with the government, what they're going to give us? They'll give us this.
Page 131 is only a summary. You should go to the actual. It says payment in lieu of taxes.
Yeah.
On the bottom of R1 or 132.
Okay.
So in the other right-hand corner, it's R1, R2, R3. So that's your revenue. The others are E1, E2, and those are expenditures. And the last page are transfer pages.
Okay.
Yeah. So payment in lieu of taxes. So are you talking federal or provincial?
Well, I'm looking right up there. It looks to me it's payment in lieu of tax service provided by other governments. There's two lines up there.
So
that's what I'm trying to understand is why we budget there and it's only.
We can't impose a tax on the province or the feds. They tell us what it is in lieu of taxes.
So their history has been to pay us around that 350 mark, and then all of a sudden they decide it's going to be less. Is that it?
Sometimes we don't know.
Pardon me?
Sometimes we don't know. The federal government tells us what they pay, and so does the provincial.
And there's no consistency from that year to year?
It doesn't vary too much, but it doesn't mean it can't change.
All right. Thank you.
The federal government has its own assessors. They don't use the provincial assessors. They have their own assessors who go out and assess those properties that they own based on what they feel they're worth, not what the province does all the assessing in Nova Scotia.
If you turn to the page 138, near the bottom, third line from the bottom, under strategic initiatives, page 138 of 161.
What's the code?
The code is 9463, strategic initiatives. Now the note on the right-hand side of that says legal fees internet. So first question, am I to assume that that's the legal fees in the internet litigation, or is it something else?
Council added that there in case they wanted to give me authority to use it for that. I don't think I've used it for that. It's for strategic initiatives. So, for example, on the fuel switching project, we may have hired a consultant to help us understand what would need to go into that application. We require some expert advice. We would use that budget to engage somebody to provide that expert advice.
But why would it say?
Council gave me the authority to use for legal internet if I needed it. I don't believe I've used it.
So where's the other legal fees then, if they're not here under legal fees internet?
Well, legal fees associated with the design-build contract are stipulated in the design-build contract and also stipulated in the CCDC 14 design-build stipulated contract. And under CCDC 14, you use CCDC 40 rules for dispute resolutions. And as a part of that process, it's a part of the capital project.
So what you're saying is that the legal fees for the internet litigation is in the capital cost of the internet?
That's correct.
But so why would you? I see that. So in
That's my
2019-20, we spent $43,206 on strategic initiatives, and where it says legal fees internet, is that what we spent on legal fees for the internet in that year, and then we spent nothing this year? Is that it?
That's what it looks like to me. Yes.
So some of the legal fees for the internet is in the capital cost, and some of it's here in the operating budget?
No. They gave me the ability to use it if I need it.
No, I'm talking about 2019-20. the 43,206.
Yeah, I
Oh,
put
no, I
that,
don't think we used any of
I
that.
put that description there, and it's probably, might have been left from.
Sorry, I missed the beginning. Can you start over? I'm sorry.
So I just write over this each time, so it may have even been left. It should not be there, that description, because I'm not really sure what's in that 43. I can check certainly. But
What shouldn't be there? The legal fees, internet shouldn't be
the
there?
description, yeah.
It shouldn't be there. I wonder why it's there.
Typo, because I typed them.
I don't, it's not, council did suggest that in the budget process, but it's not been spent. I don't think I've spent any money out of it yet.
No, not this year, but last year there was 43,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure what that consists of.
Several things.
Yeah. I
So-
can check.
So I think you just said that the 43,206 would have been what you would have spent for legal fees the previous year?
No, that's not
You
what I
didn't say that?
No, I don't think there was anything spent from legal fees last year, but I'd have to check.
So the legal fees are in the capital cost, and that's in the report we can't see, right?
What report you can't see?
Well, the report with the legal fees that you didn't want to...
Oh, you can see it. You chose not to see it in camera.
Right.
You can see it. You can actually tell everybody what the fees are. That's not a problem.
Not if it's in camera, I can't.
Well, you can go in camera, keep the rest of the document protected, and if you want to tell people what the legal fees are, you can come out of camera and tell them. There's nothing stopping you.
How can I come out of camera and tell people what has been discussed in camera?
You can come out of camera. If council agrees that you can come out of camera and disclose the legal fees, you can come out of camera and disclose them. But you can't disclose private and confidential information that hasn't been assessed under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy requirements under the Municipal Government Act. I've always told council you can have what you want in camera. But if you take it in camera, it's not been assessed. If you want to release the legal fees, go ahead. There's no issue there. There's never been an issue there with even the previous council. Council wanted certain things confidential because of what was going on in the community, as seen as an effort to get rid of lawyers working for the county on very serious legal lawsuits that were taken against the County of Annapolis. County of Annapolis did not sue anybody. They filed a lawsuit with us, and that's why it was asked to be kept in camera. But if council wants to change that, that's not an issue.
Any other questions on the operating budget? Councilor Sheridan?
On page 139, item number 7030. On the side, on the right-hand side, it says the drop-off box installation, but it's over, like for $21,178.
Yeah, the cost of the drop-off box was $3,000, $3,022.
It was 7030, so it cost $3,000 for a drop-off. Really?
Yeah, secured and for a secure lockbox with aluminum, so that it could be used by the public.
Wow.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Maybe find my page. 135. Under 8041 telecommunication services, phone, internet. Is that specifically for the election, or has nothing to do with the election?
Can you give me the number again?
It'd be 8041 on page 135. 8041.
So those are costs for the councilor's home internet?
Yeah.
That's what it has cost so far, mid-year.
So where would the cost be on this that I missed, obviously? For the gadgets and the phone and whatever was needed for the election? Is it on this?
election would be on page E, and mind you, this is just to the end of September. It's only
This is only in September.
This is true.
This isn't all of the costs, but
Never mind.
actually, it's on the very last page, the transfer page, because we were in for that.
There would be a budget for that, though.
Yeah.
And we budgeted 88,000 for the election, and 59,584 was spent today, or at the end of September.
What was it again?
59,584.
Okay.
But my figures are going to include all staff
Yeah.
costs as well.
I think Doug said it was close to 80,000 this morning, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the actual.
But it hasn't been reported yet on our books.
That's right, this is September. I just got caught up.
The actual will be 103,000.
103?
Yes, that includes salaries of staff.
I have another question. I'm really sorry to do this. If you turn to page 146 of 161, under number 8100, professional services legal fees. Okay, it's about 2/3 of the way down the page, professional services legal fees. In 2019-20, there was no budget, and the actual was 11,000. And then in 2021, there's still no budget, and we've spent 76,000 halfway through the year, if I read that right.
Sorry, what page? 146?
Page 146 of 161. So I guess I've got a couple of questions. One is why was nothing budgeted? And secondly, what are we spending 76,000 halfway through the year on?
Well, the budget is the 1.6 million, right? It's just not.
Oh, I see. So it's
just not
included in the 1624 is the budgeted amount for legal fees. It's not broken out. Okay.
Yeah.
So but it's much more than the previous year. What legal fees are those now? The 76,000 in 6 months? What legal fees are those?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
I'm
If I look up the detail.
It must do Valley Waste, I'm assuming.
On the Valley Waste is, I think,
Could be the Department of Environment
Yes.
charges and defenses. It could be related to the legal agreements that have been put in place in order to put this deal together with Albert Rice, where he's in control of the property. We'd have to go back and take a look at the full detail. But it does involve the charges that Department of Environment would have placed on us.
you mean our defense to the charges of operating the transfer station without approvals? Is that what you're talking about?
Right.
No, our defense of operating with approvals. We have approval.
No, I'm talking about I said with respect to the charges that we're operating without approvals. That's what the charges are.
Yes, the charges.
Yeah.
Department of Environment actually was in yesterday looking for more documentation, very similar to the list that Lynn read off this morning, and we provided them to them. And they also, on Wednesday, put off the court hearing for another 2 months. So we're not sure why.
The court hearing in May?
No, there was a hearing on the 9th. You asked about that a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, what was that about?
So it was about the pre-hearing conference.
Oh.
And so they met, on Wednesday they met, and the Attorney General's office has put it off for another 2 months. We're at a bit of a loss as to why they don't have their evidence ready. And they came back and wanted more evidence from Annapolis County. I will say this, one of the charges relates to not following a minister's order. We received the minister's order after we were charged. So we plan on defending this vigorously, and council should be aware of that.
So just to close the discussion here, that 76,000, you think that's for the commercial work with respect to the waste transfer station?
Could be a variety of
And
pieces there, yeah.
is that mostly then Bruce Gillis's fees?
I'd have to unpack that. I really don't know.
If I may,
Councilor Sherry?
Bruce Gillis has a separate line item, doesn't he? The solicitor has a separate line item?
Solicitor has a separate line item, he does, but the solicitor is the primary solicitor on the waste file.
So his,
Rod assists Bruce. Rod has done most of the heavy lifting, but Rod is the primary legal.
I wasn't aware that Bruce's,
I don't think Bruce's fees have come out of here, I don't think so.
They're not
I'd have
part
to
of
unpack it. I think his fees would come out of the other line item.
So did you say that Bruce's aren't involved in the 76?
I don't think they are, but I'd have to check.
So who would they be then if it's not Bruce Gillis?
It'd likely be Rod Gillis.
But I thought aren't the Valley Waste litigation, isn't that capitalized in some Valley Waste capital cost? No?
No, that's internet.
Okay, all right. So
Our
that's,
biggest costs are legally are related to internet, no question.
yeah. Councillor Redden, you had a question?
It's kind of the legal stuff you just brought up. That December 9th, I thought that was, you're saying it got put off for 2 months. I thought that was also part of what we were doing with we have a case pending with the Supreme Court.
There's two. There's one with the provincial court and one with the Supreme Court. So this one was with the provincial court, and they put it off for 2 months.
I thought that was what we waited for the ruling on the Supreme Court, that we were putting it off for 2 months. But this was environment putting it off for 2 months, what you're saying, not us.
Attorney General.
Okay.
There was much vigor to charge us. It's taken a little bit of time to take it any further than that. On our approvals.
Any other questions?
I do.
Yeah, Councillor Sheridan?
This could just be a typo, but I just want clarification on. On page 144, line item 6010 and 6020, they're identical, and one gives us a deficit of $13,412.
What? Where again?
Line item 6.
So you're under sewage collection and treatment?
Sewage treatment, under line item 6010 and 6020.
On the top part or down under treatment?
On the bottom.
Okay, under treatment?
Sewage treatment, there's two line items there identical, 17,592.
Yeah, that looks like a typo.
That's what I thought.
Sorry, my fault.
But it looks like we have a deficit of 13,000 something here, but we don't, right?
Yeah, if that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, that doesn't look right. You wouldn't have two
No,
identical
that's
amounts for
what I thought.
benefits and training and education. Yeah.
Good catch.
I looked at, thank you.
On page 152, under transfers to and from reserves, just 5610, interest, short-term borrowing, internet, 150,000 budgeted.
Yeah.
That's the interest on the money we're borrowing for the internet, is it?
This is a pre-COVID budget, so the interest rates obviously have plummeted quite a bit. So the interest on those two programs will never come in at that amount at the end of the year. But that is what we budgeted for short-term borrowing for 2021.
But there's no actual there, so we...
Yeah, so how it works is on our short-term financing, as we progress pay using our line of credit, it accumulates interest as the more money we get in. So when it starts out in the early part of the build, you're not going to get a lot of interest charges. That figure is based on using a spreadsheet that shows maybe what the average charges of interest will be as we get moving into the later stages of the project build. And also at that time, there will be customers connected and there'll be revenues as well. So we've got a table that we're following to manage our revenues and our expenditures so that we're able to meet our obligations under the capital repayment program And only during the build do we need to worry about interest. We don't have to worry about principal payments. They only occur after the project is complete. You have to issue a debenture 6 months later, then we have to pay the principal and interest.
So the line under that is Economic Development Initiative. What's that?
Internet.
No, the Internet's above it.
Okay.
It says interest short-term borrowing Internet, 150,000. Interest short-term borrowing Economic Development Initiative, 100,000.
Can you show, I'm sorry, I just don't have the line.
Yeah, it's page 152, line 50, well, they're all 5610.
Where is this interest?
You see, it's about the middle of that transfers at the top. It's two lines up from one-time initiatives from operating reserve. You see there's 150 and 100. My only question is what, I know what the internet, I know we're spending money on internet. What money are we spending on economic development?
I think that might be the Gordon's did.
It is.
The progress on the 7.2 million.
It is, and you'll see some actual short-term interest on the third quarter report.
Yeah, and Mr. Farron has to pay that.
Then it's set up as.
But we budgeted it.
That's the interest.
Yeah.
On short-term interest.
Short-term interest.
On the money we've borrowed.
From RBC. Yes.
Only on the money that we've advanced.
On the money we've advanced, that we've borrowed and advanced. Right? Go ahead, Councilor.
I just want to get more clear on this. So we're working off a line of credit from the RBC. Is that what you're saying?
For short-term borrowing, yeah, we work off line of credits. Yeah.
So how many line of credits do we have?
2?
Yes, just the 2.
Okay, and that's one for each project?
Right.
For the big ones, yeah.
Yeah. And that's the only line of credit we have with the accounting? Like, or do we have other ones that we need to use? And
We have overdraft and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have short-term borrowing for our bank account is over.
So it's not popped up, we need money for
Right.
it.
There's always like.
It's a great question, Wendy.
Yeah.
So when council approves the TBR, the temporary borrowing resolution, it goes to the province and they assess us for our capacity to do it. They approve it. When they approve it, the letter that we get, we go to a bank. And only with the temporary borrowing resolution can we go to a bank and set up a line of credit for a capital project. So it all is dependent upon the TBR. Banks will not give it otherwise.
We have to approve that temporary borrowing resolution each year, don't we?
We do, yeah.
And when we do that, what happens if our financial situation starts to nosedive? Does municipal affairs look at that every time we approve the temporary borrowing resolution?
I anticipate they do their homework on it, yes. I would.
So you think they do look at it each time we renew it?
I think they would.
Okay.
I think from where the county is, we're not in bad financial shape. We could have a higher reserve, there's no question, but we're not in bad financial shape. So we're well within our envelope for this borrowing.
Councilor Redden?
How often do we roll these short-term borrowing into these debentures?
Only on capital projects.
No, I get that. So like, this is 100,000 on interest that we got on our line of credit right now. So
no, that's what we budgeted. We haven't put that we may not have billed that. Probably not even where near that.
Right, this budget, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we were to put a bunch of money on that line of credit, how long does it sit on that line of credit before it gets rolled into the debenture?
Okay, another great question. That's why the temporary borrowing resolutions get renewed, because they have to be renewed every 12 months. The internet project is scheduled for 2 years. However, it's subject to Nova Scotia Power and the UARB requirements for make-ready work. The county has no control over that. The contractor has no control over that. So our design-build contract has allowed the flexibility in that area. So if make-ready work is not done in time, our contract can be extended without anybody experiencing a penalty. So when that internet project is completed, substantially completed, except for the holdbacks, it's viewed as basically being completed, it's tested, it's commissioned, so to speak, and then at that point in time, when it's declared substantially completed, we then have to, within 6 months, issue a debenture. The Municipal Finance Corporation then puts the debenture out for bonds on the market.
Right.
And then we know what our bond rates will be and then we can set up, there's a variety of different ways that we can finance it. And council of the day accepted the risk of about this project would be about $300,000 a year for so many years to pay it back. So they calculated their risk to invest was approximately 3 cents in the tax rate. That's how they came to calculate their risk.
So we don't roll into debenture until contract completion?
We only pay interest until it's substantially completed. And actually, depending on how the debentures work, you could issue a debenture, and depending on when you do it, you may not be making that first payment for a year after construction. It's designed to help municipalities move. It's flexible, and it keeps things manageable. So all these processes are approved by the province. So the Gordonston project for the investment has been approved by the province. The internet project, $13 million, has been approved by the province.
Any other questions on the financial report?
I just have one more on the budget one.
Okay.
In regards to, on page 148, under economic development, and the little bit on the side by Old Thomas Park, are you going to be putting our receivables with something we're paying for and then?
That's, if I'm mistaken, let me know, Holly, but I think this is what it is. There was a real quick move to purchase Upper Clements Park. If the previous council realizes, the Upper Clements Park Board was having financial difficulties. If they had gone into bankruptcy, there wouldn't be any guarantee of how the assets would land, meaning land and everything else. So there was a real desire to move the purchase forward. There were debts. Certain arrangements were made on debts. I can't discuss that. So the purchase price was $600,000, and now we own the property. It's not been transferred. The portion that was meant to be transferred to EA Farron hasn't occurred yet because it had to be subdivided, the property. So in the meantime, the grass was growing, the fences were busted, vandals were being sighted in there. So we put our staff there to clean up some stuff, to look at the property, and then we're transferring it to the bill of EA Farron. So it showed up here, but EA Farron has to pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, maybe I missed it, but somebody can point me in the right direction if I have. I guess my question is for the period ending September 30th, 2020, what was the bottom line of operation?
College?
Surplus or deficit?
It's on the front page, I think.
Yeah, I
She wrote it on the front page?
On in the memo. So we have collected 91% of taxes compared to 92% the year before. So in a COVID year, we did very well. But our revenue, if you look to on the summary page, which is 131, on the very last column to the right, we'll show the percentage of budget. So the percentage of revenue was 19.86% at mid-year that we received or had booked. So we did not necessarily received all those taxes, but they're sitting there as receivables. And we spent 48.42%. But if you go below that, you see the debenture principal payments. The $119,779 is not included in there. So we're not quite at 50%, but if you add in those debenture payments of $119,000, then we probably are close to 50%. So breaking even, we'll say at mid-year. We're breaking even at mid-year.
Breaking even.
But a lot of those expenses are paid are just a one-time expense. So they're paid in the first 2 quarters. So you won't have those in the next quarter. So.
Any other questions on the financials? Oh, okay. There's a motion on the floor to receive for information I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. It is 5 minutes after 4. I was hoping we could finish by 4 o'clock. I do think we need to get to the nominating committee stuff, right? So the CAO report is the next item on the agenda. Could I have a motion to receive that for information? So moved by the Deputy Warden. Second. Second by Councillor LeBlanc. Any questions on that? I see a lot of paper shuffling around. Once the paper stops shuffling, I guess I'll call for the vote. Is everybody ready for the vote on this? So it's just a motion to receive this for information. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the nominating committee report. Who's going to report on this? Councillor LeBlanc or? Okay.
All right. The citizen appointments. We went through all the different committees and we appointed by the nominating group to bring the committee of the whole. The audit committee, in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council appoint Peter Nugent as the citizen member of the audit committee for a 1-year term ending November 30th, 2020. 21. Yes.
Are we having a vote on each one, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Each one, eh? We can't do it all like...
No, this one.
All right. So it's a second, it's moved by Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Connell. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next.
For the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, not more than 5 citizens, I move in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council appoint Brandon Lake and Steve Campbell as citizen members of the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 29C of the policy for a 2-year term ending in November 30th, 2022.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Warden, discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
In accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Grant Wright as a citizen member of the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 29D of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Sheridan? Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next.
Bridgetown Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, not more than 6 citizens. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive the resolution, by resolution, the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Forrest Hurlbert as a citizen member of the Bridgetown Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 28C of the policy, for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Seconder for that motion, Deputy Warden. Discussion? No? Call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, not more than 6 citizens. I move pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council appoints John Chuck Ryan as a citizen member of the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 29C of the policy for a 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second.
Second, Councillor Longmire, I believe I heard. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
East End Area Advisory Committee, not more than 5 citizens. I move, in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, that municipal council appoint Douglas Patterson as citizen member of the East End Area Advisory Committee for a second 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Prout? Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Glenn Goodall as a citizen member of the East End Advisory Committee, East End Area Advisory Committee, for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second? Seconder? Councillor Connell? Discussion? Call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Heritage Advisory Committee, 3 citizens. I move pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Avery Jackson and Ann Crossman as the members of the Heritage Advisory Committee for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second.
Second by Councillor Bartow. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next.
Lake Katy Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, not more than 6 citizens. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint James Crest and Lloyd Wallace as citizen members of the Lake Katy Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 28D of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second, Deputy Warden. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Lake Katy Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, not more than 6 citizens. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint James Crest as a citizen member of the Lake Katy Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 29D of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Seconder, Deputy Warden. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Would everybody calm down? Just stop being so excited.
In accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Lloyd Wallace as a citizen member of the Lake Katy Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 29E of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Seconder, Councillor Redden. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion's carried.
Lawrencetown Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, not more than 4 citizens. In accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council appoint, waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Lynette Gill, is that correct? Philip Milo as citizen members of the Lawrencetown Water Supply Area Advisory Committee for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second, Councillor Redden. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
Margarettsville Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, not more than 4 citizens. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint William Street as a citizen member of the Margarettsville Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 28D of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second.
Second by Councillor Connell. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Margarettsville Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, not more than 4 citizens. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint William Street as a citizen member of the Margarettsville Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, satisfying Section 29C of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second by Councillor Connell. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
Planning Advisory Committee, not more than 3 citizens. I move pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council appoint James Stronach, Carolyn Hubble, and Rachel Humphreys as citizen members of the Planning Advisory Committee for a 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second, Council Deputy Warden. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Police Advisory Board, 2 citizens, in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council appoint Dane Behringer and Douglas S. Schofield as citizen members of the Police Advisory Board for a 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022, subject to an interview conducted by the nominating committee pursuant to Section 82(1)(c) of the police regulations made under the Police Act.
Second, Councillor Connell. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Upper Clements Area Advisory Committee, not more than 4 citizens. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Ian Davidson and Martin-Henri Villeneuve as citizen members of the Upper Clements Area Advisory Committee for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second by Councillor Morrison. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
I move pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council appoint Don Moir, is that correct? And Kenneth Knox as citizen members of the Upper Clements Area Advisory Committee for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second by Councillor Morrison. Discussion?
I'm sorry, where there's a typo on that. That would not be an additional 2-year term for these gentlemen. This would be their first term. So it should just be for a 2-year term. I apologize.
So we'll take out
Or just put for a 2-year term.
for a 2-year term.
Yes.
I don't think we need an amendment to that as long as it's in the records. So any discussion on the motion? Did I get a seconder?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I did. I'll call for the motion then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now we get to the councilor appointments.
Councilor appointments to committees of council, advisory boards, and committees and joint and regional or community organizations. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that the municipal council approve the 2020 to 2022 council appointments as detailed in the following list for the 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022. And there it is.
As submitted.
The deputy warden will get to read that next week at council when the recommendation
Yes.
comes.
Do you wish for me to read this? I will.
I don't think we wish that. Do we have to do that?
Not today because it's in front of you, but when it's the formal motion of council taking the recommendation next week, it will need to be read.
Are there any changes based on that?
Are we going to have to read all these in the council meeting next week?
Yes.
The deputy warden reads it.
Yes.
I did my part.
Michael?
So this is all. So should I continue with the ad hoc part?
Let me just see if that's part of this. That's really not part of this motion.
No, you need to approve
We
it.
need a second.
Yeah, I think the motion that you've just read, which hasn't yet been seconded, really talks about the chart.
Yes.
Yes.
So do I have a seconder for the motion? Yes, Councillor Longmire. Discussion on the chart. Councillor Bartow?
I understand there was another meeting prior to the last council meeting to discuss. Was anything changed?
No.
Councillor Connell?
So these appointments, the county pays mileage to go to them, what you're appointed to.
I don't know the answer to that.
I believe if you have to leave your house and go, yes.
No.
So any committee that I desire to go visit, I wouldn't be paid?
No.
Okay, good. Unless it was approved
What
by
about-
council.
There is,
Yeah.
if I can add into that, there is one organization I go to, that's the former Mersey Woodlands Interaction Group, Stakeholders Interaction Group. And that was, I applied for that and got sanctioned by council, but council doesn't pay me for that. The Department of Lands and Forest gives you $50 stipends if you want to put in for it. That's to get you there. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Okay, the ad hoc strategic planning committee will be dissolved pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee. I move that municipal council dissolve the ad hoc strategic planning committee.
Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Warden? Discussion? Maybe there should be a little background to this. My recollection of the discussion at the nominating committee was that this is a committee that started some years ago. It was an ad hoc committee, and it kind of did its job, and it hasn't met for the last few years, and we're just cleaning up the ledger.
Correct.
Yeah. So I'll call for the vote. Did I get a seconder?
Yeah.
Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next.
Re-advertise to fill citizen vacancies on the Granville Ferry Source Water Protection Advisory Committee and Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee. In accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council re-advertise to fill citizen vacancies on the Granville Ferry Source Water Protection Advisory Committee and the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, and that January 29, 2021 be the deadline to receive applications.
Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Sheridan? Where do we usually advertise for these? Can somebody help me out?
Usually, sometimes they go on the Bridgetown Reader, and sometimes they go, I left one to finish that comment.
We advertise currently in the Bridgetown Leader. We also put it on our website and also on our Facebook page. In the past, when there had been a paper that we could advertise in, we did advertise there.
Well, there is a paper now.
Just the register is just started?
I'm not suggesting where you should or shouldn't. It was just a question, and I'll leave it to you
No, that's what we have done. So
to figure it out.
if that paper has started, then I advertise it.
Any other discussion on that motion? Go ahead, yeah.
And also, it is important that we also remind the different councils of the area, whoever these committees call in, that they should, if they can find people that are missing on the committees, to
Right.
contact.
To apply, sure.
Talk to them.
All right, we have this last motion before us about the advertising for these positions. Did we- Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I didn't know if you were moving on and you had to call the question.
No, I was about to...
Sorry.
It's a little long day for all of us. So I'll call for a vote on the re-advertising on the bottom of the page there. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. And the last is the warden's report, so thankfully I'll be very short. I've learned a lot by signing the checks. I think that's always the way to learn about an organization, is to sign the checks, and Heather's been very helpful in explaining them all to me. I've learned a lot that way. I've been busy doing other things, but if I can talk about my work as a counselor, Councillor Redden and I met with some people about the what I'll call the dump on Arlington Road, a continual issue with asbestos up there, allegedly, and auto fluff. It's mainly a provincial issue, but we're going to see what we can do. Councillor Hudson and I met with people in Bridgetown about their issues that we've talked a little bit about in these meetings the other day. So that's my report for this month. Any other business for today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Move to receive the warden's
Yes, sir.
report.
Pardon me?
I'll move to receive the warden's report.
Okay, receive for information. Second,
Second.
Councillor Gunn.
And I have a motion.
Okay, you have a motion?
Yes, I do, sir. We had talked earlier about,
We need a vote on my report. All those in favor to receive it, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. And I would move that Council of the County of Annapolis direct the Office of the CAO to arrange 3 different workshops in January on Valley Waste, Mainland Telecom, and Gordonston.
Second by Councillor LeBlanc.
Valley Waste, Mainland Telecom, and Weston.
Yeah. Valley Waste, Mainland Telecom, and Gordonston.
By Mainland Telecom, are you talking about the litigation?
Yes.
Or is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Who was the seconder, sorry?
And the dates for that could be decided at council.
Any discussion on the motion?
Would be nice to know the dates.
Yeah, but has everybody got their open dates? Get your date, if you want to settle it now. My question would be, don't we usually have workshops on Wednesdays?
And then the last Tuesday of the month.
Yeah, when you had 5, you're already tied up the second Tuesday and the third Tuesday, and at one point you had set aside the fourth Tuesday of the month to use for workshops.
Yeah.
But that's Tuesday. You don't have to do that, what you had tried to do at one point.
I'm at everybody's pleasure. If we're talking 3 workshops, I guess there'll be 3 separate days, right? We're not going to do 2 workshops in a day. Well, shall we try the 26th of January, which would be the 4th Tuesday for one of them? And what was the order of those again?
It really doesn't matter. Valley, Waste, Mainland, and Gordonston. Your council's pleasure as to which ones they want to do each.
Well, happy to do them in the order you've laid them out, unless there's some other
That's fine.
direction. So I'll suggest January 26th. I think I got general agreement with that for the first one. Valley Waste. And what exactly did you mean? You're talking about the litigation on Valley Waste?
Yes.
So you're looking for a report from the solicitor?
Yes.
Okay.
And trying to get so we can understand where we're at with it all.
Okay.
And of course, Warden, if I may, that would be our waste workshop, valley waste, a waste workshop.
So it would also be the transfer station and
Yes.
all that stuff?
Yes, all of that in one meeting.
Okay, so I guess it should be Valley Waste and Transfer Station.
Yeah, I would think so. I would say. But that's a pleasure of council.
Maybe we'll do this separately, or should we,
These will all be recommended to council, these dates and times anyway?
yeah. So January 26th for, I'll call it Valley Waste and Transfer Station. They're just waste.
Excuse me, Warden, this would be a Zoom meeting? Would we ask for a Zoom meeting to be created for this? Or do we want an in-person meeting? That's the pleasure of council. I'm not making any suggestions.
I'm hoping we're going to have our council chambers fixed up pretty close to then. I would hope. We're talking the 26th of January, and we want to have them fixed up by the end of January. I have to say, a Zoom meeting that goes on for more than an hour and a half is a little tough. So I'd like to meet in person if we could. And, if we've got our council chambers outfitted, then it's not going to cost us any money.
And start time, 10?
Pardon me?
And start time at 10?
Yeah, start at 10 o'clock. So hopefully January 26th we'll have our council chambers outfitted.
So depending on when the quotes come back, Steve, on the renovations, council wanted to know the cost, to approve the cost. We may have to call a quick meeting or a special meeting. In those instances, Zoom would be very easy if you can connect. And to make quick decisions on stuff like that, then you don't have, I don't know when that's coming in, so I have to wait. And then once I know you agree, then we'll get them to do the renovations. Okay?
All right, would anyone like to suggest the second and third dates for these? There's no reason I need to suggest them. Councillor Connell?
Can we go into February?
Sure. As far as I'm concerned, whenever it's, you want to stay on Tuesdays? Is that what you're suggesting?
Easier for me.
Would we try this, the second? Is that like
February
when we
2nd?
did dare do 5 or 6 Tuesdays in a row? But it would. It's a good day.
Yeah.
So we're talking February the 2nd for mainland telecom? And then we're running into the council meetings again, maybe on the Friday, the 5th of February for our Gordonston.
Yeah.
Friday the 5th.
We're going to be busy.
Yep.
Nobody's taking a 2-week holiday.
No. Can't go to Cancun.
No.
So this one's not going to be Tuesday?
Right.
Just like that.
So, do you want to read off, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, it was moved by Deputy Warden Gunn, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc to recommend that council direct the CAO to arrange 3 workshops, I will say in 2021, not in January, on Valley Waste and Transfer Station, January 26th, Mainland Litigation, February 2nd, and Gordonston, February 5th.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? Call for, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Unless Madam Clerk tells me I'm early, I'll accept a motion to adjourn. Councillor Connell, second. Councillor Sheridan, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried.